Welcome, welcome in, everyone. Hi, Cheesy Rat. How are you, friend? Thank you, Cousin Jody. Welcome, Lind. Thank you all. Thanks. All right. There's a dog behind me. That's not a pillow, that's a dog. I almost sat on the poor thing. Come here. Hi, puppy. He's a good puppy. Okay. Hey, Tammy. Welcome in, everyone. Let me see. It looks like I might have to flip the camera here because we are backwards. So give me just a second to remember how to do that. Hi, Tosh. I haven't seen you in a while. Let's see. Mirror video. There we go. Now it's going to be discombobulated for the whole time because I got to remember that, okay, that it's backwards. So I recently ended up with a new phone. My previous one stopped working. The touch screen just stopped responding. And I was under the impression that it was possible that my phone was, it was not working at all for me. And after getting my new phone, TikTok is having no problems, not having the problems that it was having before. Hi. Hello. Hello. You didn't wash your face this morning. You still got sleep in your eyes. Do you think that you're going to sit in my lap just because I said hi? Dog time first. Hey. Howdy, friends. Welcome in. Thank you guys so much for all the love. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much, Tosh. We are working on the brow chakra today. I did not wake up feeling like coming into class. So I really appreciate the warm welcome. Hi, puppy dog. Hi. You're going to have to sit over there, though. Right here. Okay. Happy Saturday, Glitter Bee. Aw, thank you, Tosh. What do you say? Thank you for holding space and helping so many people, including myself. Lind, I just happened in and it was like today. We are working with the brow chakra today. For those of you who are new here or just joining, hello. My name is Reverend Deborah. I'm an interfaith minister, a movement facilitator, and your shenanigans shaman. And we are live both on TikTok and YouTube. I think I have to rearrange the camera here so that we get a better. Sir, do you need to go outside? Do you want to go outside? Okay, hold on. Can you go outside? Puppy had to go potty. What are you gonna do? All right. Let me give me just a second. Let me see if I let's play, dog. It's the morning. He's not check out this showcase. Yes, I figured out how to put the book on my showcase. Thank you, thank you, thank you for mentioning that, Cheesy Rat. We are doing a raffle today. Oh, I was introducing myself and starting class. Dog interrupted. Okay. So, hi. My name is Reverend Deborah. I'm an interfaith minister, a movement facilitator, and your shenanigan shaman. We are live on both YouTube and TikTok, and now they're rearranged just a little bit, so hopefully everybody can see the board. We are working through our Inner Light series this year. I was trying to say on camera at the same time. We were working through our Inner Light series this year, going through every single layer of the energy body, talking about the chakras, talking about the aura, talking about the koshas and the vayus and all sorts of things, and actually how this system functions. Why? Because there's like a million people who talk about chakras, and there's a bunch of information about chakras. So why hang out in here? Because I've spent much of my life studying not just the energy system and the energy body, but also the way that we get programmed through our energy body, with the way we become who we are through our energy body. And let me correct that. I went to study why we become who we are and how we do, why we do, what makes us tick, what makes us fall apart, and what heals us, right? I went and studied that for 12 plus years, 12 years in university, and then a bunch more certifications and workshops on top of it, because I really wanted to know as many of the inner workings. I wanted to pull it out and take it apart and put it back together, right? Which is harder to do when it's not just a remote, right? This is the ethereal body. This is the energetic body. This is the thing that we are told here in the West that is either just woo woo or silly or made up. But when you actually start digging into the information, we have information about our energy body dating as far back as 1500 BC. And we have current up to date studies about the energy body, about the chakras, about the defibrillator cells in our hearts, and how they create a toroidal field of energy around us. So, this for me is really important to share. Why is it important to share? Again, you can go find all this chakra stuff anywhere online, right? You can pay lots of money for a chakra workshop. So why the heck are we here? Because through all of that study and through that exploration of how that works in our modern times, I realized how programmed, how intentionally programmed we are in the West by the structures that be, by the ruling class, by the paradigm itself, and how insidious these messages that get written into our energy body really can be, because they become our subconscious. They become the foundation for how we breathe, how we walk, how we hold ourselves, what we eat, how we talk, how we think about other people, how we approach new situations or old ones. It becomes everything about us. Hey, good morning, Juliana. And when it becomes everything about us, we often don't realize how much of it is being programmed, is being controlled or manipulated by the system at large. It seems a little bit like hyperbole. So if you'll hang out with me today, I'd like to bridge that gap, right? We can bridge that gap together between, let me move this little board thing. Maybe that'll help a little bit. We can bridge that gap between the interesting chakra information and the colors and the sounds and the practices and the psychology and the practical everyday workings of it. And at the same time, we'll also go through some practices to help you to this week is to heal, or this month is to work with the third eye chakra, right? We know the third eye chakra is all about insight. It's about our third eye chakra is developing, our brow chakra is developing during the time that we are going through the social emotional stage of identity versus role confusion. Right? We've been working at this point. We're in our teen-ish years. It may start early, depending on our trauma. Where we talk about the development of the energy system and how the chakras develop over time. As we develop, they correlate right to social emotional development stages, cognitive development stages, or sensory motor, that kind of thing. All of these different stages align perfectly with the way that the chakra system system develops, because as you might know, each chakra rules a need in the system, right? Rules a, it's kind of a question basically. In social and emotional development, we ask the question. The system asks the question, right? The first question in the root is, am I safe or should I be afraid? Right? Is the world scary, or do I feel safe, and can I feel safe in my body and in this just existence? Right? That's that first stage of development, that root chakra, which develops between the ages of about first 6 months to a year or so. Remember, if there's trauma in the lower chakra, then the energy moves up into the next chakra and up into the next chakra and up into the next chakra until it creates a safe environment for our system. This is how our ego patterns get developed. This is how our belief patterns, our habits, literally, again, the way we hold our body, the way we refrain from speaking, or how loudly we speak. A good example for me is earlier on not having a voice, not being allowed to have a voice. So what happened is I put a lot of energy into my voice to make it very, very loud. I'm a projector, not in the human design, manifesting generator. But my voice carries, and I remember specifically learning to turn up my volume so that I would feel like somebody was, at least like, you couldn't avoid hearing me, right? If I was going to be shut up, if I was going to be told to be quiet, then I was going to be the loudest person in the room. And we don't all develop that way, right? Depending on our constitution and our temperament, some of us are going to go, oh, I'm not allowed to speak. Okay, well, let me pull that in and put that energy somewhere else. We talk a lot about gender roles and things as in the West, and how these are influenced by the conditioning of our culture. Again, this idea that you're only allowed to fit in two different boxes of gender is a conditioning. It's not like, humanity is, the creation is like the spectrum of color, right? Of the rainbow. We are all uniquely our own, and trying to divide all of humanity into A or B, and that's it. That's all you got. Is so short-sighted and really robs us of our authentic expression, our true essence, and ultimately of our personal power. And to me, that's the part that makes me mad, right? Glitter be so much conditioning. And it's so much conditioning that we don't even realize it, right? This is the thing that going and studying made me just go, oh my gosh, it's everywhere. And it's in the most benign places, seemingly benign places. From the colors that are used on things, to the sounds, to the tuning of music, yes, but even to the things like what's popular in parenting. If you've noticed over generations, 10 trends come through with how we parent. Those trends can be linked to generational traumas that then affect the way that that generation is susceptible to things like propaganda, or easily manipulated through, what are they called? What's the behavioral conditioning, right? We think of Pavlov's dog and the bell and how he salivated, right? If you don't know anything about this study, briefly, it's a behavioral study where they would ring a bell every time before they fed the dog. And the dog eventually, not too long after, would start to salivate when it heard the bell, before it saw or smelt the food. It's behavioral conditioning. It's conditioning that becomes, we think of salivating, right, as like an unconscious thing that we do. You can be conditioned to do things unconsciously, to trigger your body and your brain and your energy to do things without it even processing in your prefrontal cortex, where we do our higher thinking. How does that subconscious stuff happen? Through conditioning, through the conditioning of your energy body. So, hello, everyone. That was kind of a big. And then there's 6G. I know. That's why I have the book out now. I feel like it's a really important time for us because the escalation of this degree of insidious manipulation and our ability to get in literally under your skin into your energy patterns is so, I don't know the word I'm looking for. it's so prevalent and there's so much of it and it's so intense right now, and with the addition of AI generated, falsely generated videos and voices, right? I know you can go online and you can find a lot of famous people's voices and you can make a video making it sound like they're talking like, and it is actively being used as a tool for manipulation, as a tool to trigger your subconscious programming that they already know they got in because you were raised with this generation, right? You were raised, we were batteries. We are batteries. We are batteries. We are energetic batteries, and you can pulse, right? You can put energy through our current energy currents to manipulate our systems. There's a lot of talk about the electronics and how they manipulate our energy body, right? Because we are electromagnetic generators. You are a vessel for that electromagnetic energy, and it's generated through your heart. Okay, let me let the dog back in. He's yipping out there. Okay. Young man, did you want to come inside? You want to go in? Oh, it's not even that hot that I'm already sweating, you guys. Okay. So, Sam, hello. Sorry, I missed a couple of comments here. Okay. Hi, William. Yeah, I had a lot more classes last year. And part of that is me, and the shift this year is me learning to stand in my authentic expression, to live in my essence, to choose what's truly for me in each moment versus what's not. It's been quite the journey, and it's an ongoing journey. But I've reduced my classes this year to have more time, right, for myself, for my family. I don't think I'll ever be able to stop doing this entirely. I only have one class a week right now, but I do so look forward to it. Even when in the morning I wake up and I'm like, oh, I don't want to do this. I don't want to go talk to anybody. I don't want to do anything. But then we get here and I get so fulfilled. This is one of those things that being in my truth, being in my essence, being in my authentic expression, learning to actually be in that versus standing solely in ego, right? Is just, I can say right there, I'm so grateful for all of you, because teaching online and doing this stuff and doing more classes and less classes and showing up however I show up and scheduling the more structured classes and all these things has been an experiment in authenticity. Is me learning how to truly be myself and to share what I truly want to share as a serial fawner, right? I learned to fawn. I learned to give everything away for free and just cross my fingers that someday somebody will also give back to me. And it seems like, again, something that we're encouraged to do in the West. Like, oh, it's so good for you to just sacrifice everything that you have, right? You're not supposed to ever take care of you. That's very selfish for you to choose to take care of you. It's this really weird thing where you think you're supposed to just pour your cup out completely into somebody else. But the reality is that conditioning also keeps us out of balance, because you're not intended to empty your vessel of your energy, right? It's like you give blood. You don't give everything in your system. You give what you can give, right? And even that is depleting your system in terms of giving blood. Our energy system is not actually intended. Hey, Landon, our energy system is not actually intended to be the primary source that we give to others. The way I like to talk about this is again like a cup, right? We talk about that a lot. I think it's a pretty common term, is that you fill your cup. What does that mean? That means clarifying your energy. That means that means being in your essence, being in your authentic expression so that that energy body expands out. Biggest piece of this, those seem really like big accomplishments, being in my essence and being authentic and being clearing my energy field, right? Actually, the foundational piece of that is just to release tension. If there's tension in my system, it means my system is contracting. If my system is contracting, my energy body is contracting. If I want to find balance, find center, relax my energy, align my energy, one of the first and most important things you do is to release tension. And within that, we find that authentic self. We find that authentic essence. But it's a journey. It's a journey like I think of the pendulum, right? Like it's kind of like, for me, actually, it's more like a tiny little mouse exploring a huge cosmos, a temple that's filled with cosmos, where I'm like, where is she? Where is the real essence, right? Because there's this window that shows this perspective, and there's those stars over there, and there's this idea over here. But where is the authentic self? Right? Where is the real truth of who I am? If in a world where you can choose who to be, choose to be yourself. But what if you can't find yourself? What if you can't find? You can. You can. And I'm telling you that I'm sharing that with you. I'm saying that from my perspective of spending years and years and years operating in ego, thinking I was myself, right? Thinking this is who I am, the way that I show up, that external self. And all of this underpinning, all of this underworking means there's something wrong with me or something broken, or my body or my brain are just attacking me. It's just trauma. It's just mental, whatever. Like, but the reality that I found that was the most powerful for my journey, made huge stride for me, was that everything that happens inside of me is of me, right? It may not be purely of my essence, but it is a manifestation of me. Therefore, it's not attacking me. It's not against me. It's not out to get me. It's not misleading me. It is actually helping me. Every energy within me is an ally of mine. And when they're misaligned because they don't feel good, or they create tension, or they're really snappy in your head, they're asking for help. They're asking for realignment. They're saying, hey, I'm not actually in my essence. I'm not comfortable over here. What does that look like, right? That's like trying to hold on to something and squeezing it so stinking hard that your arm starts to hurt, and your arm goes, hey, this isn't cool. I don't like this. I don't want to be like this whole time. Can you just let go, please? But on an emotional level, on a mental level, we tend to do this. We hold on so tightly to that tension. A lot of that is based in fear. A lot of that holding, tensing, gripping is literally trying to hold ourselves into our physical body, hold ourselves to keep ourselves safe, right? Hide ourselves away from a world that has otherwise taught us to be afraid, to feel shame and guilt for showing up at all, and is actively trying to mislead us. That's the thing. Not everywhere in the world is actively trying to mislead you, but holy shit. So, hard to remember. May, what are the 4 things I suggested on my fingers? Or not trust. So I don't know what the 4 things are I just suggested on my fingers. We do have 4 pillars of mindfulness. What I consider my foundation for getting ourselves back to that essence, right? How do we, in any moment, how do I find myself in my essence? How do I get myself back to my essence? And what I call the 4 pillars of mindfulness. These are your intention, your attention, right? Sometimes it just comes through. Your intention, your attention, curiosity, and willingness. Those might seem like really weird pillars, right? Intention, attention, curiosity, and willingness. If you are looking to find your essence, if you're looking to build a better relationship with your allies and whatnot within yourself, this is how this works. Let me give you a visual for this, right? Your intention is your North Star. It's your guiding light, right? It's where I'm headed. So my North Star, my intention, I hang out above me in the future here. Hey, Vada, how are you? Mwah. I hang it out in the future ahead of me and I go, that's where I want to go. That's my intention, right? And then to stay aligned with my intention, with that star, I need a compass. So my attention becomes the compass, the focus. As I stay focused on my intention, I continue traveling in the direction of my intention. My attention, my full attention is on my intention. Anything else that comes up during that journey from here to intention, we meet with curiosity and willingness. Why? Because shame, guilt, blame, fear, these are not ways to receive, but curiosity and willingness, right? Allow us, guarantee us that we have the opportunity to receive. And as soon as we try to, no, wait, because we can't always muster love, right? Maybe in an ideal world, we'd set our intention out and we'd set our attention on our intention. And every time anything inside of me or anything outside of me shows up and it tries to knock me off course or pull me away, that I would meet it with perfect peace and perfect love and perfect patience. But guess what? I'm still humaning. I don't know about you, but I'm still humaning. So I can't always muster love. I'm not always graceful and I'm not always patient, especially with the habits of self-talk that I have ingrained, as I'm sure many of you have. So I found instead that at least curiosity and willingness are available in all times. Even if I'm frustrated, even if I'm annoyed that my brain is now doing this at me, I can still at least be, interesting that you're suddenly talking crap when I'm just doing dishes here. What's your beef? Right? Rather than being like, oh, I love you voice inside of me that puts me down every time I try to get something accomplished. Golly. Yeah, let's work toward that, but let's not falsify it. Right? I think there's this idea that fake it till you make it, which I used to actually really enjoy. Just fake it till you make it. But fake it till you make it also is a disingenuous thing. And it also can, I'm not saying don't do it, right? I'm just saying it can also negate parts of you that really are not ready or really are afraid. Or, right, Vada, I can't fake it anymore. Most of us don't have the spoons to fake it until we make it anymore. We're like, screw it. This is where I'm at. This is who I am. These are the things that are working. And when they stop working, we replace them with new things, right? Like it is what it is. Just can't. And you know what? That is what put me on this path, shifted my path so heavily. 4 years ago, I think now, right? Is when I left such a traumatic, such a difficult situation that I literally had no spoons. I couldn't speak clearly anymore. It fucked up my brain, my capacity to think clearly and to focus. I was heavily using substances for what's it called? Just to survive, just to get up in the morning, just to survive the day, right? I had no spoons. I had no spoons left. What happens when you have no spoons? You still wake up in the morning. The sun still rises. The stars still travel across the sky. The birds still chirp and fly past the window like it's a beautiful day, no matter how you're fucking feeling. And on those days, I can't always meet myself with compassion and love. Sometimes it's those days where I need my curiosity and willingness the most. Okay, I'm just willing to breathe. I'm willing to be with it, right? Still have the depression spoon though. That takes work. It takes work to stay depressed. Oh, okay. We take the breaths that we can. And remember too that like we think about breathing as such like okay, take some breaths. But what does breath do? It relaxes your nervous system. It oxygenates your blood. It oxygenates your brain, right? It lowers your heart rate. It actually does all of these really helpful things for calming down. It's not trite. It's not some ridiculous thing that somebody arbitrarily was like, we should just do this. It actually balances your energy body. It actually clears out your energy, that tension in your energy, which is tension in your body, tension in your brain, tension in your breath, tension in your emotions, right? So we're going to do some practices today like that. Sam, your therapist uses breath all the time. It can get a little annoying. I remember many times being told to take 5 breaths, and I'm like, I don't feel like breathing. I'm already breathing. But it's our attention on our intention that actually creates the magic. I can just breathe, right? I'm breathing now. Is that really beneficial to me? Sure, it helping me continue to speak and be alive, I guess. But when I focus my intention, not just to breathe, but to breathe in a way that brings my nervous system back down, that helps my pendulum settle here in center. What do I need? I need my intention. I need to focus on, I'm going to do this. And then I need my attention to remain on that practice. Vada, I never listened to Breathe until maybe 2 years ago. Yeah, same. Yeah. Yes, I use it privately. So, I actually want to offer a breathwork practice that some of you may be familiar with, but I'm going to offer a piece of this breathwork practice specific for the third eye, because again, we're working with the third eye, the Ajna chakra. Let me know if you have any questions or if you want to go through the basic structure of the energy body again. I know we do it every single week, but it's such a cool bit, especially for folks who don't know how the pulleys and the nadis and the chakra wheels and whatnot work and turn, because it helps. Again, I like, thank you, friend, for the gift. I like being able to take apart the remote and see where all the wires go, right? Because that way I know why it works when I press the power button or the volume up and down. This is the reason I wrote the book. This is the reason I teach these classes, so that hopefully you can learn where the wire between anger and right, where that button that makes anger explode. Where's that button that makes tears come flowing down? Where's that button that makes ego just suddenly show up, shove everybody else back down and say, hell no. I love that ego. That big old thank you, helpful ego. Lind, could we? Yes, absolutely. Okay, so I want to remind everybody today, thank you, Crystal. I want to remind everybody that my book is actually in the showcase. I think I did properly get it connected to TikTok over here. I am trying to see how it works selling it through TikTok. Please let me know if you have any issues. I'm still new to the TikTok shop stuff. If you want to go directly to Amazon, you can get it there. The link is on my Patreon page. You can find me. I Move with Change on Patreon. You can join for free over there. There's also memberships over there. And I'm also Move with Change on YouTube. And YouTube, I'm Move with Change on TikTok. So find me in all the places. Follow me. I did write a book, Lynn. Yes. And I'm super excited about it because, again, this book is about all of this stuff that I've been working on. And it's, so we'll give you a little brief book introduction. So we are doing a raffle today as well. We're doing a raffle today as well. So if you send, there's a, you can either send a $5 donation to my Cash App here, which gets you 2 names in the hat. I can't see them when they come through all the time during the live, but I promise I will check them afterwards and I see them afterwards. Or you can send a gift through here, through TikTok. It's the live gift gallery, whatever it's called. I don't remember what it's called. The live gift goal. There we go. I've got 5 of them up there because I'm hoping to get 5 people to join the raffle today. That is, you get 2 entries over on Cash App because Cash App takes a much smaller percentage than TikTok does. So the book is available through TikTok. It's available through this raffle. It's also available on Amazon. And the raffle is for a signed copy of the book sent to you. You can enter as many times as you like to. I already have several names for the hat. So, Hey, thank you, Vana. Yay! We'll put you right in there. Beep, 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 beep. Thanks, babe. Okay, I'm gonna win. Hell yeah. So let's briefly talk about what's in this book, because a lot of the things I talk about and teach in class are extensions of this book. So there's important stuff in here, but you'll get a lot of it here in the classes. I just talk a whole lot more around the information. So this book is separated into 3 parts. First, you get the foundations, chakra basics, the psychology of manipulation, and how your energy body is shaped by external influence. It's in this section that I talk about historical references to how modern marketing became what it is. I name names, I point fingers in that first section about how we got here. And that it's not a new phenomenon. It's just become more and more effective as we understand how the energy body works, as well as how the brain works, and how our development works, and how to literally just program these things in when we're unconscious. So the second part is I go chakra by chakra. I give more information about each chakra. And then I also talk about the balances and imbalances, and how marketing actually targets that specific chakra. So this will help inform you for when you're on social media or watching TV or something else, some other conversations going on, and you hear these things or see these things, you can go, ah, I see what you're trying to do. You're trying to trigger my heart chakra. You're trying to trigger a feeling of empathy or compassion, or a feeling of loneliness, right? Because it's those negative emotions, it's those, oh no, I don't have, or I'm not fulfilled emotions, that marketing really preys on. And that's why it's so insidious, because it's not sitting here boosting in a positive or even helpful or constructive way, helping you get to your self-actualization, helping you actually satisfy the needs of your system. Instead, it's saying, well, let's just make you feel like you keep needing stuff so you'll keep buying stuff, right? It's brilliant. Let's just program them to constantly feel needy and unloved and alone, and then we can just sell shit to them that falsifies a sense of that need being satisfied. I'm shifting my reality today in this live 3 weeks post. Oh, I'm back. Welcome back. Oh, I love you. I miss you guys. I'm glad I switched the phone thing, because I'm noticing a bunch of people in here who are like, oh, I missed you. I haven't seen you. Oh, wow. I'm back on the FYP because my phone is not inundated with whatever bug was in it. Oh. Hey, Rosemary, how are you? See? More lovely people I haven't seen in a while. Okay. So the third part of my book is recalibration and sovereignty. In the third part, I talk about, and my favorite part is actually in the third part, but in the third part, I talk about how do we reclaim our personal power? How do we realign our chakras and our energy system so that we're not so manipulated by these tools of marketing, right? Marketing, propaganda, all this kind of stuff. And it's actually a lot easier than you think, right? This seems like a huge task. Like all of a sudden, oh no, I realized that I have literally hooks, right? That are built in, and buttons that are built in, that all I have to do is see this image or hear that sound, and it just presses something, right? Do you guys know the whole I see it a lot for Gen X, and but there's like the Gen X calls. They'll be like, "Oh, if you're really Gen X, then you know this song." I find it really heavily in that generation, because there was also a lot of big push for the psychological manipulation in that generation as well. And it's like a dog, right? It becomes the Pavlov's dog sort of thing. All they got to do is hear the song, and suddenly they feel connected or seen, right? Or powerful or validated or part of the in crowd, right? I love my Gen Xers, right? I love my boomers. I love my Gen Zers. I love you all. I love the human condition. It's just that I don't like that humans are being conditioned, right? I like the human condition. We're allowed, where we deserve to have that human condition in all of its beautiful facets. But when that human condition is being co-opted, manipulated, and like Oz behind the curtain. That's not okay. So humans are actually fascinating. I know, that's why I spent my whole life studying them. I couldn't get like a encapsulated degree because it was such a wide breadth that I was studying. I'm still trying to finish and get a master's here, but we'll work on there. So anyway, my favorite part of this whole thing, not of the whole book, okay, but one of my favorite parts, because it's so simple and straightforward. If you wanted to make yourself a little tiny pocket guide of how to approach marketing and balancing your chakras in any moment, I suggest using the daily rituals and energetic detoxes by chakra. So for each one, I offer a detox, a ritual, and an affirmation. Keep these affirmations in your pocket, right? After you realize what kind of the detox will tell you. For example, for the root chakra, unsubscribe from scarcity driven content. If you have I'm not going to tell you what to do, but be mindful of the creators or the accounts that you follow that post a bunch of fear driven scarcity mindset, or anything that feeds that anxiety, that sense of fear, right? If it's generating a sense of fear. Now it's such a hard line to walk in the world where we also feel that we are responsible for holding space and witnessing the struggles that other people are going through. So I'm not saying cut it all off, turn it all off. I'm saying be aware, be mindful, and choose with intention. If I know that I am going on social media because I want to witness these accounts and I want to witness what's happening and I want to help process it in that way and be present for it, then I'm doing it with intention. And I'm not going to allow that energy to manipulate my system because I know that I'm going to be interacting with it, right? In the same way. Casting fear to the field is not alignment. You'd be the best sociology professor. Maybe someday I'll end up like, I don't know. I don't like the bureaucracy of school systems and colleges and things. I mean, maybe colleges would be better. But yeah, that's what I love doing the most. So see me at NYU. There's too many ticks in New York. I'm sorry. I'm a barefoot outside kind of girl. And I went to New York. I lived in New York for a little while. And holy moly, you cannot go barefoot outside in the woods. That was the worst idea that I have ever had. Sorry, I kicked that. Despite me hating school. All right. So, all right, Lind, you asked for us to go over again the structure of the energy body. So we're going to do that. So I'm going to go ahead and use this image here on the front. Remember that if you want a lot of this information all put together in the book, you can go grab the book. But right now, we'll go ahead and talk about the development stages of the chakras just briefly, where root chakra, from about 6 months to a year, it develops during that time frame. Then we move up into the sacral chakra. The sacral chakra develops between 6 months to a year, or like starting around 6 months, a year, to about 2, maybe even 3, depending on your situation when you're growing up, right? Because again, hold on. I'll try not to get distracted with little side notes because there's so much information about each chakra and about each of these pieces that sometimes I'm like, wow, let's fall down the whole rabbit hole. Hold on. I can stay focused today, maybe. Then our solar plexus. Our solar plexus develops between the ages of 2, 3, 4. What do we think about in the West when we talk about the age of 2? We call it the terrible twos. Why? It's because it's the first time that our children are expressing huge I am energy. The solar plexus is my center for will, my center to use my body to get shit done. It's my pranic energy source. It's where prana generates in my system because of my digestive system there, right? So in our culture, we very much depress or suppress the individual expression, right? As much as we promote or like say that we are such an individualist kind of culture, we actually do a lot to suppress the early expression. Hey, Hannah, the early expression of the true essence of self. This starts to be where we develop those ego patterns, right? The ego patterns of how we move into the world. Okay, not going to get too deep into each chakra. The heart chakra can start developing. The heart chakra is a center for your system. So your heart chakra is constantly developing and processing this information and transferring. I like to call it my transfer station or my alchemy center, right? The alchemy happens in your heart with that energy and with your whole system, because it rules the system. But the primary development for the pattern, energy pattern of your heart chakra is going to develop, we can say, 6, 7, 8, right? And this, you'll notice that sometimes my age gaps are different, or I'll say, about here and about here and about here, because it is so contingent on your experiences. Okay, let me get through the rest of these and I'll explain why. Throat chakra. So your heart chakra, primarily, like, the average age is about the age of 7. This is where we start experiencing playground politics. This is where we start experiencing more expanded types of understanding of how we fit into our communities, right? And our brain actually comes online in a way that facilitates that. The throat chakra is then starting to develop in the early preteen kind of age, right? 9, 10, 11. The average age that most of us are in our brow chakra is about the age of 12, and that expands. And again, then we end up in our crown chakra through the rest of our early development, which usually goes until the early to mid 20s. Again, depending on your experience and your development. I've heard recently that if we are neurotypical or ADHD or on the autism spectrum, that it can even take longer for the prefrontal cortex to come online. I have not researched that. I don't know the reliability of that information, but it's a really interesting thing to consider, the different ways, right, that our systems develop within the energy body, within the framework of the energy body. Oh, I love you guys. Okay. Just chatting. All right. So, why does it matter? Why does it matter about what happens to you during your development, and when the and when the stages of the chakras develop? Why? Okay. So let's talk about this really briefly here. Kelsey, thank you for sharing. Your son has autism, right? So, depending on the scale of autism, too, we may remain in certain centers more heavily, right? The higher centers. Okay, so let's talk about this. And again, I'm not here to, like, I can't determine anybody's chakra development unless I'm working directly with them, right? And I'm not gonna, I don't try to reach out for those kinds of things during chats and things like that. I read that autism just means that they have trouble interacting with the lower frequency on Earth. Interesting, interesting. So, again, neurodivergence of any kind is such a wide spectrum, that it's a really interesting and amazing topic to explore, right? And but in my book and in this space, I don't heavily explore that topic, and that's really just because I have not done the research myself. I would like to do the research. I used to work with special needs, and I did spend a little time in college studying special needs and what happens to the brain with things like Asperger's and autism, as well as neurotypicals and things. So I like to, I perceive the increase in neurodivergence as a repercussion of the heavy conditioning that we are put through as humans. We're not meant to be conditioned like that. We're not meant to be held out of alignment. We're not meant to be in tension all the time. And so I think that our evolution is creating a way to avoid that, to get out of that. If you are neurospicy to some degree, you may also feel the same sort of like, I literally can't fit into the world that is trying to condition me. I literally see what you're trying to do, and I'm not going to like, it's not possible. You're not going to be able to condition me. We're not going to do this. There is some conditioning that does happen even to us neurotypicals or neurospices, but it's becoming kind of the like, not a trend, but yeah, like a biological trend, like more and more and more of us. Vada, I used to cry about feeling not real. Same. I used, and I don't know if I mean, just the like emotion about it, about not feeling real. And to top it off, I can't even tell you how many people I've traveled the world in a lot of different places. I've had countless people ask me if I actually exist for one variation or one reason or another, right? Or I'd show up somewhere and I'd leave and I'd come back again, and people are like, "Oh my God, you're just like an apparition. You must be like a figment of my imagination. You're here sometimes and other times, and when you're not here, sometimes I hear you in my head, or you show up in my dreams. Are you sure you're real?" Nope, I'm actually not. I cannot confirm that for you. Okay, so development during these stages, right? Development during these stages, what happens to cause our development to move quicker or slower in different directions, right? So let's start with what happens, what the energy does. um in the root chakra simply says, I am. I exist here in my body. I am, you know what I mean? Like, it's the most foundational, this stage of development. We're infants. We can't move around a bunch. We can't articulate ourselves. We don't have the capacity. These are important pieces too. We don't have the capacity to understand the temporal aspect of reality. We don't understand time yet. Our brain cannot conceive of time, the passage of time yet. We don't have object permanence, which means that when the caregiver walks out of the room and leaves us alone, we do not know that that caregiver is on the other side of that door. Couple that with the fact that we do not understand the temporal motion of time, and you end up with the experience of a perpetual now. Hannah, do my kids value my wisdom and knowledge? I just have just my son. I think he does, and he's constantly asking me questions about it, really interested in exploring it. But it's been a very interesting road of him wanting to meditate and wanting to do yoga and wanting to get into these things, and then also not wanting to do them. But the thing is, too, for children, remember that children up until the age of 8 are in the theta brainwaves. As children, all of us do not completely come out of the theta brainwaves. That's when we're adults. That's the REM sleep time. When you close your eyes and you're dreaming, that's REM. That's theta brainwaves. Children up until the age of 8 pretty much stay in that theta brainwaves. And you'll notice, Hannah, and anybody else who has kids or remembers serious big experiences between the ages of 7 or 8-ish or so, right? It's because we literally have the experience of waking up to the material world that we are in a very different way than we have ever experienced before. Okay, so Robblestock, hello, I'm really interested in buying your book. Thank you, friend. It's available here through TikTok. I'm trying it out, doing the TikTok shop. If you want to go directly to Amazon, it is available on Amazon. I'm also doing a raffle here with the live gift goal over here on TikTok to join or to for a free signed copy of my book. The other way to join, that's for one name in the hat. The other way to join is to send $5 to my Cash App. That gets you 2 names in the hat. Why? Because TikTok takes much, much, much more, 50% pretty much of the gifts that I make on TikTok, but it does help TikTok put it out in the algorithm into the FYP and things. So, so is that when imagination starts waning for some? It can be, yeah. Remember, that's the stage where we start to kind of get 8, 9, 10. We start to really engage in the world in a different way. We start to understand who we are in a different way. Okay, so down here, we've got, thank you guys for all the follows. So in my root chakra, the question is, am I safe? Right? I exist. That's it. I showed up. I'm manifest in this world. I've got this meat bag that I'm stuck in. My brain does not understand really much of anything that's going on. I'm just absorbing stimuli. I'm just absorbing information, both with all of my senses, right? I exist. So when I'm in that state as an infant, let's say there's a loud noise. That loud noise is jarring to my system, which is very open and very perceptive right now. I did not expect that to happen. And suddenly I feel tension, right? Notice what your body does. I'd like you to play with me for just a second and pretend you're that little baby laying there, just all happy as a clam in your perfect little all the time, perfect little infinity. And then all of a sudden that loud noise makes you go, where does your energy pull? Up, right? Everything tenses up. We literally say it already in our language. I love this. The most powerful thing for me is how much of our energy language is already in the way we speak. So your energy goes up to your sacral chakra. My sacral chakra says, I feel. This is the first place where I express some kind of, there's something going on now, right? If something was triggered, the energy moves from my root up to my sacral, and I cry. That scared me, right? Now, in a really lovely scenario, I have a caregiver who is just right there and puts a gentle hand on my belly and says, it's okay. And reminds me that I'm not alone and reminds me that my caregiver's right here. I'm safe, right? Because evolutionary wise, biologically, like survival wise, right? If my caregiver's not there and I hear a loud noise, I might be in danger. Yeah. And I can't protect myself. So it's biologically imperative for me to have that call answered. I have no concept of time. I don't know how long it's going to take for somebody to respond. All I feel is the feeling, and it's all encompassing. It's everything through my entire body. Now, if that does not get satisfied, and I think some of us can also remember times when we cried out for help or asked for help. The sacral chakra is it's an inward gateway. It's a receptive chakra. It's about feelings. It's about connection. It's about intimacy. It rules our reproductive system. It also rules our lower digestion. It also rules our, I already said the reproductive system. It's our center for juiciness. It's our center for movement and fluidity. It's the ability to experience joy and pleasure and comfort in our lives and to have our needs met. I'm hungry. I can eat something. I'm thirsty. I can drink something, right? These sorts of things, drink clear, clean water, right, are actually satisfying these needs. Okay, so what happens then if I'm this little infant, maybe a little bit older, right? Let's say a little bit older. I'm a little bit older now, and something startles me. So that moves up into my sacral chakra. But let's say that when I was an infant, that ask, that question, that cry was not answered. So I'm going to move my energy up again because my solar plexus says, I can fucking go do it myself. Something scared me. I'm going to run away, right? Because by this stage, when we start developing, we are now able to move our bodies more. We're able to crawl. We're able to pull. We're able to climb out of the crib and run and get out of the room. Right? Like this is when we can first express ourselves. Rabostock, the second chakra, the sacral is the second chakra. Yes, I'm trying to kind of have this here so you guys can see this as well. So this is the cover of my book. And I designed this. Did you see that? Cool. A little proud of myself there. Had to toot my own horn. I saw a question. Hannah Rose, so then you're left feeling not enough in the solar plexus. I'm just guessing based on my knowledge. Okay, so it actually depends on our on the way that we respond. And again, this can be about your temperament, because some of us are going to respond. Some of us are going to cry. And when our cries don't get answered, we're going to go back into that state of fear and just realize that the universe isn't going to take care of me. Yeah. Not enough to be answered. Nobody's going to answer my call. I'm going to recoil into this place. Some of us, depending on, this is where I like to talk about astrology or numerology or human design, because they're going to give you your temperament, your constitution, so to speak, in this life. Some of us are also built in a different way, where when we cry out, if that cry isn't answered, we're going to move that energy into the solar plexus and we're going to go demand it. We're going to get louder. I was the child who would scream until I could not scream anymore. I'd have sore throats and things like that from screaming because my parents tried to do the cry it out method. I learned to run, not walk, at 9 months old. I was on my feet at 9 months old, crawling out of my crib at 6 months or some crap like that, because it was not being answered. It wasn't being answered. And I'm not saying that this is there's a good or a bad way, right? But so we move up. Monica, I was a foster parent and saw how children were not protected and had to self-soothe. And that's the thing. This idea of self-soothe, I think, is a really insidious way of describing it, because it gives this idea that it's soothing, right? That they're making themselves feel better. But it's actually a lot more of a like a surrender, a giving up, I can't simply put, I can no longer ask. It's not successful. Let's take the emotion out of it. It's not successful for me to put energy into my sacral chakra. So later on in life, I may decide, because of this energy pattern, I may avoid things that make me feel good. I may avoid pleasures. I may avoid giving myself freedom and joy and playfulness and things like that. I may shut those things down really early because I realize that I'm not allowed to do that in this life. So I will move my energy to other places. Let me catch up here on the comments. Thank you, Monica, for doing the big work of foster care. I would love to do foster care once we figure out a situation, a better housing situation. I'd love to foster. I intend to do that at some point here. Yes, then children, as they get older, have trouble connecting with others, because that is what the sacral chakra is about. That first, I like to call it the umbilical cord to the universe. This is my ability to connect on a very intimate, close relationship level with people, right? A supportive and generous and an exchanging kind of energy. The other way it can go is that if I cry out, right, and my answer calls don't get answered, then I can end up heavily seeking pleasure. Heavily. This is where we get things like, this is where addiction lives. This is where the things that we do to self-soothe, whether they're good for us or bad for us, that's where they pattern in at early stages in life. Okay. So then we move up into and then I move up to my solar plexus. And this is one of those places, and sacral chakra too. This is one of those places where gender conditioning starts to come into play. Again, so let's use the example of a little boy in the West versus a little girl in the West. If a little boy in the West wants to be cuddled or gets nursed for too long, or wants to be, let's just say that. Let's just say wants closeness and intimacy, right? Which is a totally natural, normal thing for children to connect with their caregivers at that point. But our culture is so afraid of, that puritanical thing that lives still in our culture is so afraid of that intimacy that we villainize it. And so when we use that, let's say our little boys the mom says, no, that's weird, I don't want you to cuddle with me, no, it doesn't feel good to me, because of her conditioning, right? And I'm not blaming anybody, just saying because of conditioning, or because of what the culture says, or dad says, hey, don't do that, don't cry, don't act like a what have you, right? So then this little boy learns that he's not allowed to spend energy in his emotions, and he'll move that energy up to the sacral chakra. This is our center for will. And if you're a typical Western masculine energy, you probably have an excess in your solar plexus, because our culture conditions you to use your body to get shit done. You're allowed to be loud. You're allowed to be forceful. Boys are allowed to fight. Boys are allowed to be boys, right? That kind of thing. So this energy is totally condoned by the culture. The culture says, yeah, you're a boy, you can live right there. And it may be one of the first times that young boys feel successful. Oh, now I'm good. Now you love me. Now I'm right. Now I'm accepted. Now I'm safe. Now I'm safe because I'm loud and pushy. And if you're a girl, you'll know that You can't be loud and pushy. You're not allowed to be loud and pushy, right? We're talking about stereotypical conditioning. So instead, you might pull your energy up to the heart. Well, now that I've learned to care for others, now that I've learned to pour myself out into the world and fill everybody else's cup, even if it means denying my own needs, because my heart chakra is still out of balance because it's not built on these balanced chakras down here, well, then I have this conditioning, right? Now I become the perpetual giver. I become the person who is willing to sacrifice myself for the home and the family and for whatever sort of things like that, right? Um, and I will also lack the connection to my personal power. I may, as a female, I may fear my personal power because I was told when I was very young that that personal power is bad and wrong or shameful or ugly on me, right? So this is how my beliefs about myself, my beliefs about the world, my beliefs about what's okay and not, and eventually, and ultimately, my energy patterns, my personality patterns, my self talk, and my inner dialogue about the world, and my perception of what's okay and what's not. I'm going to look at another woman, if that's my conditioning, who is being loud or who is using her personal power, and I might go, "Oh, how embarrassing! That's so unladylike." And then I perpetuate the conditioning of my culture even more so. So, where were we here? We're in the heart. Okay. The throat chakra. Remember how we said that the sacral chakra is the umbilical cord to the universe? It's where I first receive. It's where I ask for things to be met, and that universe kind of meets me here, whether it's with compassion and love, my caregivers, or food, or drink, or what have you, or sleep, right? Or playfulness. This is where I first kind of receive from the universe and those around me. This is one of two gateways. The other end of that gateway is the expression of the throat chakra. The other way I like to look at this is that depending on how my earth chakras develop or settle is going to is going to influence everything about the way that I express my ability to create, my ability to stand in my truth or to speak my truth or to understand somebody else's truth or to be willing to receive somebody else's truth, especially if it's different from mine, right? Why did I call these my earth chakras? The earth chakras are the ones between the sacral and the throat. Why did I call those? Because your your system is like this battery, right? We'll say it like that for a second. You've got poles. You've got your north pole and your south pole. You've got your top and your bottom of your vessel, of your battery here. The positive and the negative charge here. The third eye is tilted at a 45-degree angle. So you've got your crown at the top, your root on the bottom. If you're sitting right now, you're on your root. If your crown is on the very top of your head. Your third eye, brow here at the front, and the back is at your pineal gland here at the base of the skull. So it's the only one that does a 45-degree angle. All these, throat, heart, solar plexus, and sacral, are directly parallel to the earth. The front is in the front of your body, the back is in the back of your body. We are born into our root chakra, right? I exist. Then the expression of any of the other chakras is relative to the way the energy comes up from the root and the way that it interacts with my internal and external world. Yes, it will eventually, this foundation will influence my ability to access my crown, my third eye chakra and my crown chakra, right? If my energy gets really stuck in these lower places, I may not have enough energy to bring up to my third eye chakra, and I may remain rigid or deficient here in my third eye and my crown. Or if there's so much trauma and so much fear in the body, I may shoot all the way up to these higher chakras, as somebody was saying before about autism or neurodivergence, saying that we are struggle to connect with the lower energies. That is one piece that is directly related. When I'm speaking about it now, is directly related to trauma in the system. Now, not everybody is neurodivergent because of trauma, right? But just speaking to that point, that energy comes all the way up, pulls up to these chakras, and we may struggle to connect with our body. We may struggle to experience pleasure. We may struggle to know what to do in any situation. We may struggle to communicate our truth because we're up here trying to avoid all of the fear and all of the tension and all of the shame and the guilt and all of the things and that live and the loneliness and whatnot that live in the lower chakras. So again, depending on your conditioning, depending on your experiences, is going to depend on where, right? Which ones are excessive or overactive, which ones are underactive. Glitterbee, you asked a question: is reactiveness from the solar plexus? So yes and no, right? It's an inner relationship between the different chakras depending on your system. So the solar plexus is my ability to express and to do stuff. When you have a wounded chakra, the wounded chakra vacillates between overactive and underactive. So a good example of this is kind of as I was saying when I was growing up, I moved really quickly up into my solar plexus chakra. I had to run. I had to get out of there. I had to be really loud, right? I had to put a lot of energy into pushing and expressing to try to make myself safe. That was what my constitution did for me, what my temperament offered for me was that huge push from my solar plexus. But guess what? A lot of that push, I was the kid who got punished a whole lot more than the other kids in my house. I was the kid who they just could not find something that upset me enough. Do you know what I mean? With the old kind of parenting, the kind of parenting where they're like trying to hurt you and get you to cry and make you feel bad kind of deal. They tried so fucking hard. And I remember just pushing back so hard. But what that did was create a pattern where when I pushed back, I got hit harder because I was smaller and I was not as able to protect myself. So instead, I created a pattern where I knew I had the need to push and push and push. But when I pushed, I got hit way harder. So that pattern is in me. But I learned to fawn because I realized that if I agreed with and cooperated with and used my action and my words, right, to craft myself a place in the room that was useful and helpful, well, then everybody allowed me to be there until I spoke up, until I set boundaries, until I pushed back, until I demanded respect or autonomy or those sorts of things. Like, wait a minute, now you're the bad guy. And that's a pattern that I've been experiencing in my life, most of my life. It's something that I'm still working to balance out because it exists in my solar plexus and it exists in my subconscious approach to the situations in my life, to the people in my life. It influences the way that I think about other people. So instead, for example, this is one of those like, oh, I'll go ahead and ignore those red flags, and then I'll offer everything I can for you to go ahead and feel supportive or what have you, and then I get punched back. Why? Because I wasn't. Let me formulate this in a way that's true. Because it was safer for me to take the risk of getting punched back and ignoring those red flags than it was for me to potentially miss the opportunity or learn or push somebody out or be too judgmental in the beginning. It was safer to take the risk of, than it would be to set the boundary in the first place. And that will come from a wounded chakra, right? It might be somebody you may experience this in the heart where you give and you give and you give and you give and you give, somebody who's super generous and super empathic and whatnot. And then all of a sudden they just turn cold and you're like, where did you go? What the heck happened? This is like a totally different side. Yes, that comes from these wounded chakras. Jean, you are the reverse action now. What do you mean? Free thinker, what are we discussing? We are discussing the chakra system. We're discussing the we're talking about the development of the chakra system, the structure of the chakra system, and why it's important to understand the structure of the chakra system in relationship to our personality patterns, our ego patterns, our habits in life, our beliefs, and our ability to ultimately be manipulated by others or by systems or by propaganda and marketing and things like that. It has been programmed into our systems very intentionally, and it's not new. It's something that's been going on for much of humans' history. It's just become so much more insidious now because we have the understanding of psychology. We understand, and we have all this technology to have marketing and manipulation be a constant thing that is going on in our realities, right? And we've got our brains that have been primed, our energy body that have been primed to be receptive to marketing and propaganda and manipulation and things like that based on the cultural conditioning. So there's a term for cultural conditioning, right? We call it the enculturation process, and every single human goes through an enculturation process. If you showed up, unless you were raised by wolves in the woods, and even then, you're going to go through the conditioning of being raised by wolves, right? Everyone goes through this process. The important thing to realize about it now is how heavily this process has been very intentionally manipulated by psychology, by the ruling class, by capitalism, by a lot of these systems that want to that want to make you what is the word? That want to puppet you, that want to take your resources, your time, your energy, your attention so that it can feed off of those things, right? We have a very parasitic system right now that is just, there were a bunch of really grotesque words about about the system. So Robblestock, thank you so much for your purchase. Again, everybody let me know if you have any issues with the TikTok shop. I'm new to TikTok shop, so I'm learning. I'm going to make a note that you got that so I can check up on it. So it is available here on TikTok. It should be attached to the live. It is also available on Amazon. The link is on my Patreon page. The camera's reversed. I move with change on Patreon. If you want a direct link, you can also just send me a message. We are also doing a raffle today. There's 2 ways to enter the raffle. The raffle gets you a signed copy of my book sent to you for free, for no other charge than the raffle, obviously. You can either donate $5 to my Cash App here, which gets you 2 names in the hat, or you can send the live gift goal, that guy right there, to enter 1 name in the raffle. Why the difference? Because TikTok takes more than 50% of what I make, and Cash App does not. Thanks to you. That was quick. Awesome. I'm so glad I just learned how to actually attach it to the live. So that's really cool. Thank you. Hey, Ricky, how are you, my friend? Mental cramps. Wolf culture sounds nice. Freethinker. Like when we are in alignment or at peace with the person we are towards ourselves or others. You know, I think alignment is this like elusive, seems like this elusive sort of thing. Oh, alignment is going to take a whole lot of work, right? These are messages of our culture. Oh, alignment is like only available to people who spend their entire lives studying some very secret knowledge and anybody else doesn't get it. Oh, alignment is only for the disciples or the, most enlightened of us. Or if you want it, you have to spend a lot of money to go to those workshops, right? And you have to go to Bali and you have to pay the expensive coaching and you have to do it. No. It's all a way to keep you from the truth that everything you need is available within you. Thank you, Andrew. Hey. Mental cramps. I find alignment has been a decision and is a constant until we pass on, right? And even then, sometimes I think that's more alignment, right? When we release from these weird, misaligned bodies. Here's my favorite way to think about it. Here's my favorite analogy for this, right? For alignment. Alignment, aka balance. We know that when we're out of balance, we experience tension, right? When we're out of balance, we experience tension. One of the ways that we can do this example is if you stand on one foot and try to balance yourself. Let's see if I can do it here, like a little squat on one foot kind of deal. Robstock, I need you to read something like that because I'm doing a lot of breathing and work and meditation. Nice. I am going to offer a breath work for the third eye chakra. You may already know the breath work practice for the third eye chakra. All right. Alignment isn't of God, big G, and therefore it is bad. And that's another insidious little piece. All right, let's do this together. My knee is not that great. I don't know how well this is going to go, but we're going to try it out. Okay. Try to balance. Ooh, that was pretty easy. Hold on. Try to balance. Nope. Try to find balance. As you're trying to find balance, you don't have to do it like me. You can try to stand up and do it easier. As you try to find balance, what do you experience in your system? The constant, what's it called? Oh, tension. Yeah, I can't do it. Okay. It's the tense and release, tense and release, tense and release, tense and release, right? That your system is doing. As soon as you find center, even if it's for a brief moment, what does that feel like? Ease. For that brief moment when your system passes through the center balance, it relaxes for a moment. If you do headstands or any of these other things, or handstands, right, or you work with any kind of balancing thing, even riding a bike has a center, and it's not a perfect just right here and I don't move, but it's actually a range where we feel balanced, where we are aligned there in center. And what else is there? No tension. Intention only. No tension. If there was no intention, I wouldn't be standing on one foot. If there was no intention, I wouldn't be trying to balance or riding my bike or whatnot. So I need that intention to keep me doing the thing I'm doing. But I can do that thing with intention without tension. There is a time and a place for tension. I'm building my muscles, right? I'm tense and release, tense and release, tense and release, tense and release. But your system itself is not meant to be in constant tension. If we hold it in tension, it starts to fucking hurt because it's not meant to be like that. But how many times emotionally or mentally or energetically do we hold ourselves with tension? I have a chronic condition due to this exact posture because I held my body with tension for so long. Alignment, balance is at that point where we can align our intention and our attention and let everything else go. Glitter bee, my friend. So women aren't meant to constantly hold their stomachs in? No. No. Oh, you're so sweet, because it is a perfect cultural example how conditioning literally changes the way you carry yourself. Frankie Franks, I've been studying nonstop. My brain hurts. That might be a little excessive energy up here in the third eye. So, what a great segue. Thank you, Frankie Franks. That's right, Frankie Franks. When I was a little girl, I wanted to be called Frankie. It's my pen name. There's a whole nother separate little alter ego that's Francis. My name is Francis Adam. Now you know. But I go by Frankie. That whole little alter ego world. So let's do a practice to balance the third eye. I think I've talked about it enough. Let's do a practice to balance the third eye. If you have other questions about the structure of the energy body, the development of the energy body, or questions about how it manifests into our personality, things like that, definitely let me know. Drop them here. We're going to do I have my timer with me? I do. We're going to do a full 5-minute practice. Why 5 minutes? Because it takes about 5 minutes for energy to circulate through your system. If you don't get through the entire 5 minutes, you will still experience benefit from the practice. But I encourage you to sit with me for as long as you can. It may, especially if this is new for you or you haven't sat for a full 5 minutes or anything like that, right? That your system may go, oh, this is weird. I don't want to do this. But that in and of itself is an opportunity for you to simply witness rather than being attached to the story, rather than letting your brain or your energy body control the situation, right? We are going to be practicing this for 5 minutes, and I encourage you to sit curious and willing with whatever comes up in your system without the need to chase it down, without needing to tell a story about it, without the need to feel shame or guilt or blame, right? Just replace those with curiosity and willingness. David, we only have two eyes. Actually, we have the structure for that third eye up there in the brain, just like the pineal gland and things, right? Just like a lot of other creatures do. In fact, there's only one other creature that has a lens for the third eye, and it happens to be a spider, which is really fun. But the information about our energy bodies and our chakras has been around for since 1500 BC, a whole lot longer than the relatively limited understanding of human development and our bodies as we have now, which is the modern Western medicine, right? I don't call it traditional medicine. It's not traditional medicine. It's modern Western medicine that is almost entirely based on study of only one biological type, and only has what, like 100 years or something like that, maybe a little bit more of study and practice. I love it when people come in and get upset about talking about the chakras or say that it's all woo woo, because again, it's another example of the way the culture, the system hides the truth from you. What's the best way to hide the truth? Is to tell you the truth. It's all right here. It's not, this here, it's all wrong. It's all terrible. It's all bad. And if you believe it, if you read it, if you believe any bit of this, if you do any of these practices, it's gonna be terrible and terrible, terrible. You'll probably like invite demons in, and you'll probably end up going down to the bad place and all sorts of things like that. And you'll become this and this and this and this. What's the best way to hide the truth? Is to show it to people and tell them how awful it is and that they should run the other way. And there is a really heavy campaign for that right now from a lot of different angles, right? Thank you, Andrew, for the gifts as well. So if you're interested in exploring deeper and getting yourself out of the manipulation of the culture and enlightening yourself to understand how your system actually works, you're welcome to get my book, but you don't have to. A lot of this information is out there online. I just spent most of my life studying the stuff and trying to gather all this information to you so that we can say it really succinctly and do this process really clearly, go through this really clearly. All right. That said, thank you for the reminder, friend, right? That we don't all agree, and you're allowed to have your perspective. So if you'd like to join me for this breathwork practice, you may already know this breathwork practice. It's called Nadi Shodhana. Nadi Shodhana, or alternate nostril breathing. This is a relatively simple practice. It requires a mudra and it requires your attention. Our intention is going to be to sit for 5 minutes with this practice. I've got my 5-minute timer here. You guys can help me pay attention to, or actually don't. Keep your eyes closed. Okay, so well, you don't have to keep your eyes closed. That's totally up to you. We will sit for 5 minutes, and briefly, there are a couple pieces to this. First, there's how we breathe. I'll show you the mudra and 2 options for how to use the mudra. Then we'll go over how we breathe. And then there's one more piece, which is where we focus our energy and our attention, even our eyes, if it's available to you during this practice. So this breathwork practice is meant to balance the Ida and the Pingala, the 2 minor nadis in our system. These are the pulleys that cause the chakras to spin in their polarity, in their yin or yang movement, right? So our third eye, the rotation of our third eye based on that in the movement of those pulleys is the third eye turns to your left. If you are a visual person, you can close your eyes and imagine a bright wheel or vortex of energy circulating at your third eye, turning to the left. That will be important to our practice. If you can't visualize, don't worry about seeing it in your mind. Just be able to put your attention there, right? Okay, so for the mudra that we're going to use, there's 2 variations of it. You can either drop your first 2 fingers down, keep your thumb extended, and keep the last 2 fingers connected and extended as well. The Vishnu mudra, I do believe, the Vishnu mudra. So we bring this one up to our nose, and we begin by closing the right nostril with the right thumb. Ideally, you want to be doing this with the right hand. This is the traditional way to do this. Hey, friend. So right thumb on the right nostril. Inhale through the left nostril. Then switch, closing your left nostril with that ring finger. Exhale through the right. Stay here. Inhale through the right. Close the right with the thumb and exhale through the left. Inhale through the left. Exhale to the right. Inhale through the right. Switch. Exhale through the left. This is Nadi Shodhana. So we're going to go ahead and do that practice back and forth. I just got a really funny notification that said I'm trying to get sympathy for my product, for selling my product. Man, they still like to take, yeah, okay, whatever. All right, so we're going to ignore all of that and we're going to stay focused on our practice here. So as we are doing this breath, if you'll notice, you inhale and exhale through, or excuse me, you exhale and then inhale, then switch. You only switch nostril on the inhale, right? So as you're doing this breath work, as we're doing this practice, when you inhale, imagine that the breath, feel it, visualize it, focus on it, that the breath is coming up through one side, the side that's open, obviously, swirling around that third eye area, and then exhaling out the other nostril. Then it inhales back in, up to the third eye, swirling around, and exhales back out the other side. So the focus here in this practice is either to just close your eyes and imagine the breath doing this. You can also turn your physical eyes toward your third eye, either with them closed or with them open. Please don't strain your eyes. It's not going to help you. It's not going to do you any good to strain the muscles in your eyes. So if looking up towards your third eye hurts or begins to feel uncomfortable, please just relax the eyes, right? And focus on the visual, or just focus on the the movement of the breath. Focus on the sensation of the air. Whatever anchor works for you, I encourage you to find what works for you. Free thinker, ever notice when you're trying to meditate or all the distractions come in? Absolutely, right? Especially when we're used to, when the universe is used to us saying yes to chaos, and we suddenly say yes to peace. The universe is like, wait, but I thought you liked chaos. But I thought you liked a bunch of cats. I thought you liked all this stuff going on. I thought you liked my monkeys. Yes, I did like that. But now I'd like to also make some space for this, right? This is why practicing is really important. And this is why spending that full 5 minutes, if it's available to you, every single day is how you recondition your brain to actually go, oh, that's right, we choose peace at least once a day. At least once a day. And that begins to expand out into your world. You start laughing harder. It's a circus. That's it. But laughter is the best medicine. What a beautiful gift. The circus is giving you medicine by way of laughter, right? Okay, so let's do this practice together. My third eye and my nostrils are already feeling a little bit tingly, so this will be fun. I'm in need of a clearing, apparently. So, I said I would offer 2 hand positions. I apologize. The first one is with the first 2 fingers down. The second one is with the first 2 fingers up, and you can play. I know this is fun. Okay, so place those first 2 fingers at your third eye. This can help you focus your attention, especially if you can't turn your eyeballs up to it. And then use the fingers as they come down, the thumb on the right nostril, there, and the ring finger on the left nostril. So this is 2 options. Sometimes I like this one more because my arm, shoulder can be more relaxed than using this one. Sometimes I end up floating out this way, which can be difficult for my shoulders and things like that. So I encourage you to choose which one you want. The Vishnu Mudra, like so, to alternate back and forth, or the third eye variation where we move back and forth like this. Free thinker, I'm glad I found this because I enjoy discussing what I experience as a result of trauma. Yeah, absolutely. Me too. I'm glad you're here. Thank you for being here, and thank you for sharing your experiences. Right? and your expertise. Okay. All right. Timer on. Remember, we're going to start with by closing the right nostril first. Here we go. Right nostril first. Inhale through the left. Switch. Exhale through the right. Inhale through the right, pulling the breath all the way up to the third eye. Switch and exhale through the left, allowing that breath to leave the third eye, clearing away any blockages. Inhale left, bringing that fresh, clean oxygen up to the third eye. Switch, exhale right. Go ahead and continue at your own pace. If you lose where you are, just remember that once you inhale, go ahead and switch. Exhale, then inhale on the same side. Switching on the inhale. Focus your attention on your third eye. Relax your shoulders, relax your jaw. Relax your belly. As your body relaxes, you may notice the need to adjust to get more centered. Feel free to do so. Releasing all tension in your system. Take your time, allowing the breath to expand as you sink deeper into the practice. Relax those shoulders. Keep going. You're almost there. Continue until the next time you exhale through your left nostril. Last exhale through the left nostril. Keeping your eyes closed, keeping your posture. Go ahead and just release that mudra, release the practice. And just notice the quality of your breath, the quality of your mind, the quality of your third eye, brow chakra. Notice the quality of your physical body right now. Noticing less tension. Give one last look up into your third eye. And here you can choose an affirmation, something as simple as I am aligned, I am balanced, I am open to the wisdom of the universe. I acknowledge the wisdom inherent within me. I trust my ability to receive wisdom from the universe, from Source. I make wise decisions. You can stay here as long as you'd like, just taking stock and bearing witness to the effects of such a simple practice. When you feel complete, I invite you to bring your hands either into prayer or simply lay one over the other over your heart in gratitude for the practice, in gratitude for the energy that is always flowing through the path of least resistance to bring us to our highest good in every moment. Give yourself some gratitude for letting go of some of that resistance today, taking the time for self-care. And again, thank you for joining me in this space, our CAYA space where we can learn and grow and thrive together. When you're ready to come out of your meditation, I encourage you to rub your palms together, warm them up briefly, and cup them over your eyes so you can flutter your eyes open underneath. It helps to ease the transition from meditation to matrix. Thank you all for the follows. Stacy, you're very welcome for sharing. Thank you again for the follows. Again, TikTok does like to remove my followers after my live. So if you followed me today, thank you, friends. Thank you. If you followed me today, but to make sure to double check. I don't think TikTok likes me telling you what TikTok is doing. Being insidious. So again, that was thanks, Frankie. The hands over the eyes, Lynn. Do you like that? That's one of my favorite transitions. Any meditation practice, any practice where you've got your eyes closed, cup your hands over your eyes first and flutter them open. I even like to add some little gentle face pets, right? These are all things that relax your system, bring you back to a feeling of safety in your body. Deg Karta. I like your name. Hi, friend. Thank you. I'm glad you joined us. I do that every time. It's like a face hug. Yeah. So again, that was alternate nostril breathing, or Nadi Shodhana. And we used Nadi Shodhana, the alternate nostril breathing, with the addition of a focus on the third eye. Anytime you give your focus and attention to your third eye, you're going to be helping to align it, right? We know that via quantum physics, quantum mechanics, we understand that your attention does something to your reality, right? When you focus your attention on something, it shifts that thing. So just by focusing on your chakras, you can do some of the work to align them, to heal them, to clear them. Again, I think we are sent this message that it's very hard to find alignment, or very expensive to become aligned, or very exclusive to find alignment. And the truth of it is the opposite. It is accessible, it's available within you, and you don't need much of anything special to find it. Really, it's just the alignment of my attention, or my intention, and my attention. And ta-da! I'm focused. I'm balanced. I'm here in the present moment, fully in the present moment. That is where we find balance. Balance doesn't exist by perpetuating ourselves into the future, and balance does not exist by toiling ourselves into the past. Here is where we are, and therefore here is center. I pull myself off center if I go too far into that future, or I spend so much of my time in that past. Pulling myself out of the present moment. Now is when balance is available. So let's see. I encourage you to use that practice once a day, twice a day, many times a day, as many times a day as you'd like to. I do encourage everybody to adopt a daily practice. That is a really nice daily practice, because Nadi Shodhana affects the entire system, and then you're adding the intention to focus on the third eye. You can use that same practice to focus on another chakra. Let's say you want to use Nadi Shodhana to focus on your root chakra. Then imagine that breath going in all the way down and out all the way down. Your intention is very powerful. So as far as the third eye goes, I think there were a couple of things I wanted to share today about the third eye. I made some notes here. Oh, I wanted to do a third eye practice. Another third eye. It's kind of a game. Do you guys want to play a game for your third eye, for opening your third eye, for developing your intuition? Because that's where the third eye rules our intuition as well. And I know a lot of us struggle, including myself, with always hearing our intuition clearly. You can use the third eye to visualize your chakras. Remember that for those of you who have it, I have something called the Inner Light Map over on my Patreon page. I Move the Change on Patreon, and I have a shop there with cheat codes for each chakra. I also have something called the Inner Light Map, which is a journal. It's like, or not even a journal. It's 4 or 5 pages, PDF, so you can download it and print it off as many times as you want to. Instead of me charging top dollar for a published journal, we're just doing some nice PDFs that you can download and copy. And but that journal has a page for you to draw what your chakras look like and feel like each day. It has another page for you to assess all of the details about your day. It has another page for you to track the practices that you're using. So let's say you adopt Nadi Shodhana as your primary practice for the next 2 weeks, right? Use that inner light map, and every time you practice, write down the time you practice, write down the day, write down if your stomach was full or not, right? Write down the experiences you had. And then that is the way that we track our growth. That's the way that we notice, right? What changes these tools are actually offering to our systems. It's important to re-inform our systems when our systems have been taught that these things are, what did somebody say? Woo-woo. When we've been taught that we don't have personal power and we need somebody outside of us to bring ourselves into alignment or to heal our systems, right? We have to re-inform our bodies. We have to re-inform our subconscious body and brain to understand that we do actually have the ability to create that alignment within ourselves. And we do actually have the ability to find to heal, to heal. And we do that by spending time after each practice, noticing, wow, that practice, right? Now, as I'm sitting here after that third eye practice, what are you experiencing after the third eye practice we did? Right now, I feel a coolness up here in my third eye. There's kind of an open, cool sensation. I mean, like temperature, not just like, ooh, that's awesome, but it is also kind of awesome. There's also a bright kind of sensation here across the bridge of my nose. I experience that one pretty much every time I do Nadi Shodhana. It almost puts, it's like a feeling of light or more air in my nostrils here after Nadi Shodhana. I find that there's less tension in my body as a whole, especially when you do that 5 minutes. It takes about 5 minutes for energy to circulate through your system. So that's why when you're sitting in these practices, as you sit with it, you'll notice the longer you sit with it, the more you'll notice, oh, wow, I'm holding my foot tensely. Oops, I'm holding my jaw tense again. Oh, weird, my left shoulder keeps creeping up, right? Stock, that woo-woo man is waiting on Jesus for salvation. The beautiful thing, again, how do we hide the truth? Is we tell people, we show people the truth and say, the truth, this is all bad and wrong and terrible. It's not the truth. You should run the other way from it. Christ is a state of being. Christ consciousness is a message is an example of what our energy systems are actually capable of. The fact that we can align and experience the full expression of source of God as it moves through our entire universe, right? And Christ was teaching us that. It's focus in the heart. That's where you find God. That's where we find our connection. And yes, the heart is actually made of defibrillator cells that beat in unison with other humans and with other parts of the planet. Yes, you are intimately interconnected via your heart, via this electromagnetic generator that creates your toroidal field that you can use to direct and move your energy to change your fucking life. But what did we do? And I mention it here in my book, Energy for Sale. But they take that message and they flip it on its head and says, no. It just means that all the power is held by Jesus and God in of themselves, right? And that you don't have access to any of it. That's the way to convince them the opposite is true. All right. So somebody asked, sorry for that little diatribe there. Besides, you ask, how do we spell the practice? We can also call it, it's also alternate nostril breathing. But let me see if I can get this here on the board for you. Can you see that? Hi, Blindly Evolving. Nadi Shodhana. Sanskrit. Nadi Shodhana. It just means, because alternate nostril breathing, your nadis are the minor energy channels that connect the third eye down to the other chakras, right? The nadis are kind of the pulleys that cause the vortexes of energy to circulate, to spin in one direction or another. Okay, so we do Nadi Shodhana or alternate nostril breathing. You're welcome. With the focus on the third eye. Remember that last week, in the last 2 weeks, one of the practices I offered, a really simple practice that requires nothing else to open your third eye chakra, is to just focus your attention into your third eye chakra. You can do that several different ways. So we'll review that really quickly. One of the ways is to literally just turn your eyeballs up towards your third eye. This can strain the muscles in your eyes, especially if you're new at doing it. So please be careful. Please choose a practice that is not causing you tension. We're trying to release tension, right? We're not causing strain. We're not trying to hurt ourselves. This is not a no gain, no pain, no gain place. So that practice is probably the most intense of the practices, is to turn your third eye vision gaze up to the third eye chakra. It's why you'll see yogis and other meditators who are got their eyes just barely open fluttering, because they're actually turning them up toward the third eye to enhance that meditation. Righteous anxiety hacks, absolutely, we got a whole bunch of them. In fact, Nadi Shodhana is a really good one. And I do it with breath and up. Yes, Crystal, looking up into the third eye. So another way that's less intense on the muscles of the eyes is to, we did this last week, you can follow your finger, put your finger on the tip of your nose and then slide it up the bridge of your nose to your third eye. And then bring it back down to relax the muscles. Up all the way to the third eye. Oh, I lost my vision. I was trying to look at the comments at the same time as follow my finger. That doesn't work. All right, focusing again from the tip of the nose up to the third eye. You can match this with the breath to help you for the practice, right? So inhaling, exhaling. That's one way to exercise the muscles to make that easier. Hey, Zach. Hi, Amy. That's one way to train the muscles so that it makes that practice easier. An even easier practice, and I highly recommend this practice as a practice all by itself, is to use a mirror to do this practice. So technically, when you're doing the practice in a mirror, you're using what's called Tritaka meditation. Tritaka meditation is a staring meditation. Just as you might imagine, you use a mirror. I encourage you to do this in low light so you're not straining your eyes because of the light, and so that you can see the energy and the color, which your vision can absolutely pick up. It just takes some practice, and it's much easier to see in lower light. So if you're interested in seeing your aura or your chakra colors and things like that, definitely do the mirror practice as well. Nice low lighting in the bathroom. There's jokes about kid joke. Oh, hold on. Okay. Low lighting in the bathroom, staring into your third eye, staring directly to the point at your third eye. You can even like put a little marker dot or something like that on there if it helps you focus. I encourage you to do so. Anything that helps you focus is a positive thing, usually, I think. Yeah, I might argue that within myself later. But that practice, again, is done for as long as you possibly can. So you stare into the point at your third eye. Hold on, I'll get to your questions really quick in just a second. Stare at the point in the mirror, stare at your third eye point until your eyes can no longer stay open. When your eyes are like, oh my gosh, I can't do this anymore, relax them, close them, and focus on the image, right? Because you know that when you're looking into a mirror like that and you're staring like that, it does create the imprint of the image. So when you close your eye, stay focused on the imprint of that image until it fades away. You can end your meditation at that point, or you can open it back up and focus again on the Tritaka meditation, or you can just stay there in the nice darkness behind your eyelids, right? Besides, how long of a period of time dedicated to these exercises? Thank you for that question. Most importantly, I suggest starting with 5 minutes, starting just with 5 minutes. And if you can't quite make it to 5 minutes, then start with 3. Again, this is not a no pain, no gain place. And when you're dealing with the ethereal self, force and control are not ways that we find alignment and centeredness, right? And peace. What we actually do is we invite these practices to do their work within us. And so, yes, Glitterby, meeting yourself where you are. So one of my favorite things to suggest is if you're just now getting into this work and you don't have any daily practice at all, right? That is supportive to your healing and whatnot. I suggest setting a timer for yourself in the morning if you wake up to an alarm, or doing so in the evening, or whenever else works for you. Set a 5-minute timer or a 5-minute snooze on your alarm. And for those 5 minutes, all we do is show up with curiosity and willingness. Listen to your breath. Close your eyes and watch the thoughts move around. Notice where there's tension in your body without the need to change anything or do anything, but for 5 minutes. This is one I like to pretend for those 5 minutes like I'm an alien who just appeared in this reality, in this body, and I am in complete awe of everything I'm experiencing, right? So this is my idea for it. This was what got me into it at the very beginning, right? Those 5 minutes are spent with just, wow, breath. Interesting the way my heart rises and falls. And the echo of that heartbeat begins to expand, not just in my chest, but I feel it in my neck, my shoulders. Hey, I feel it in my hands too. There it is, all the way down in my feet as well. It's as if my heartbeat is echoing through my whole being. What's that, brain? Dream from before? Random thought? Interesting. What a funny shaped cloud, right? This is the experience of letting go of judgment. This is the experience of letting go of knowing, having to know or be right about what we know or what we experience. Instead, spending 5 minutes every day, starting with just 5 minutes every day, just being in awe of you, of your reality. You can keep your eyes closed. I prefer those 5 minutes with our eyes closed because we spend a lot of time with our eyes open looking out into the world, right? Start there. And what you'll find is that at first, maybe it's difficult to go those 5 minutes and you're constantly being like, oh my God, how much longer? Oh my gosh, how much longer? Oh my gosh, this is kind of uncomfortable. I don't know if I want to be in here. Before you know it, 5 minutes becomes 15 minutes, right? Or that timer goes off and you're like, oh, I'm not ready yet. Hold on. Or you find yourself doing this at other points during the day without a timer. Oh, wait, I can just be in awe. Whoa, I'm suddenly here. Especially, thank you, friend, especially when you find yourself really ruminating or busy with like, oh shit, what do I have to do? Or, oh gosh, what about this old thing? And what if this and what is that? And when we get really brain busy, I like to revert to that place of awe. Hey, Catherine, how are you? I like to revert to that place of awe because it allows me to just suspend every judgment, every knowing, every certainty, every fear, and just go, wow, I am. I am. This can help recondition the root chakra as well, because a lot of our experiences when we're early on are disruptive to that experience of I am. We are often pushed out of the experience of I just am. How cool. Thank you so much for all the gifts, my friend. Amy, am I doing anything special to align myself with the eclipse? When is the eclipse? I missed it. Righteous giggles. I'm trying to refrain. You're trying to refrain from what? Oh, tomorrow is the. I personally, when through eclipse seasons, through eclipse things, um, I understand eclipse energy to be very, very chaotic. So I don't ever do intentional practices that are meant to come out like meant for an outcome, like spells or even affirmations or intention setting because of the chaotic energy that comes with eclipses. And this was just both my experience and my understanding as practicing right for a long time. Um, but I do spend eclipses in my third eye because of all of that chaotic energy. It is easier. to sort of see through the veil, right? Eclipses kind of give us this moment where things are interestingly or oddly aligned, right? They're not our typical motion of what we see day to day. So they're great opportunities to sit with your third eye, to sit with your, I call them my pirates, right? My inner crew, all these different parts of self, and listen to the chaos going on, right? It just be present with whatever's in your system and use the opportunity to learn to navigate that chaos. Use the opportunity to be present with whatever shows up and practice curiosity and willingness, right? Because these are the ways that we reconnect with our essence. These are the ways that we discover what voices within us are actually powerful and worth being led by, and which voices within us are really just there kind of like sowing dissent and chaos and trauma and repeating trauma and stuff like that. There, when we spin these practices on our third eye and really take the time to listen to those things, we start to be able to differentiate between those different voices. Mama Yeti, I am doing okay. Things are chaotic in my life, but that's sometimes the way the universe moves, right? To move mountains, sometimes you need earthquakes. Ah, yes. I am choosing this for now. Instead, I get to instead of I have to. Oh, that's what you're reframing. Nice. Yes. What an opportunity, right? There's another way I like to talk about that piece is the saying that life is either happening to you or happening through you. And I think that that's similar to that reframe, right? Where I have to, there's a resistance, there's a push and a pull, there's an argument, right? There's a battle going on versus what an opportunity. I get to move with, dance with, play with life. I get to experience life as it happens through me rather than creating a battle to life that is happening to me at any moment, right? Or I have to do something to it to get what it is that I want or I need. Again, a very Western sort of ideal of you have to, it's like fighting with the wind. It's like fighting with the wind. I feel like the West just encourages us to be like, just go out there and slap the universe around. It'll listen to you. Like, have you ever tried to slap a hurricane? That shit does not work. It shows gratitude saying that instead, too. Yeah. Absolutely, and gratitude is ingrained, right? It's ingrained in that in that recognition that it's an opportunity. So instead of having this kind of falsified of like, oh, I'm grateful for the opportunity, I can just say, wow, what an opportunity, and I'm in that gratefulness versus speaking about that gratefulness, right? Which anyway, being Zen versus talking about Zen. Why be normal? Have I found a new place? I just got a new lead on a new place yesterday, and I've got fingers crossed and positive intentions toward that being a really, really great thing. Because this whole situation has been quite chaotic. But again, it's been opportunities for me to learn to set better boundaries for myself, to get agreements in writing, as well as learning how to protect myself. I shed some really, really serious tears just the last couple of days, because I had people come into my home and threaten me. I had people come into my home, take items out of the home and threaten me. And I think my mama bear kicked in because they threatened my son. And so mama bear kicked in and I was like, oh no, now we have to protect ourselves. And it made the vulnerable little kid parts of me really grateful. And I dropped several tears of like, oh my God, I can actually protect myself. I can actually just protect myself. Remember that thing I was saying earlier about how when you learn to be a fawner, like I learned to be a fawner, it was I will do whatever I need to be super helpful and kind and generous and whatnot. But the experience is as soon as I start to set boundaries, the people who were appreciative and friendly and loved me being around are suddenly like, whoa, 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 you have your own opinions, you have boundaries, I can't just steamroll you whenever the hell I want and take whatever I want. No, that's not going to work for me. So what it's doing is clearing my life of people who operate from that misalignment so that I can more better align with people who are similarly aligned, right? With the truth that we are all healing, we're all growing, and we're all humaning, and we're figuring out how to do this humaning. And sometimes we have to set new boundaries that were unexpected. Sometimes we have to have difficult conversations, and hopefully we can do it without throwing arrows at each other. That is energetic battling. And that's how in the West we're taught to fight with our own energy and to poke other people's emotions enough to rile them up so they poke us back. It is codependent energy exchange. What our systems are trying to do is satisfy a need for connection and understanding and safety, right? Hey, abstract. Oh, I love you too. I missed a couple things. So let's see. Vegas nightlife. I feel like everyone has set aside gender roles. I think they are crucial to our society. That's a really interesting concept. And I'd love to chat more about that idea. I would both agree and disagree, right? Like in the sense that are they crucial to our society as it functions now? Yes, they are totally crucial to the structure of our society as it functions now. But the structure of our society as it functions now is not actually conducive to our self-actualization or discovering our personal power or our essence of self, which is actually what we are designed to do, right? That's the divinity within us, is to be uniquely, authentically ours through the process of connection and as a collective in a supportive and honest way versus compartmentalizing ourselves to fit only one of two options when we are actually the entire spectrum of color. So yes, it is crucial to our society. But I think that it's actually a really good thing that we're stepping outside of the rigidity of gender roles, which are a relatively new thing. This is just the idea of pink for girls and blue for boys only came about back in like the, what was it, 50s or something like that, that was decided. Before that, pink was considered a version of red and therefore a more masculine color. They are socially constructed concepts, not actual biology, and therefore deny us our true essence of who we are, right? So it depends on your goal. It depends on your goal. Like if your goal is to maintain a very rigid, structured society that denies us of our personal power and our personal connection to our truth and to God and those sorts of things, then yes, they're essential. But that's not the topic in this space. We are not trying to compartmentalize and shove ourselves into boxes in here. We're doing the opposite. But thank you, my friend, for bringing that up because yeah. Righteous giggles. I deal with agoraphobia and have MS. Wanting to unlearn my dependency on wanting to unlearn your dependency on things. I always suggest, I'm never going to tell somebody to like stop what's working for them or what's supportive for in the moment, right? I'm never going to suggest, oh my God, you should just fast, or oh my gosh, you just quit everything. No. That's not like, it would not be wise of me to do so. Instead, I suggest, again, starting with those 5 minutes a day. Start with doing these little practices. And as you do these little practices, what you'll realize is that the inertia or the need or the compelling piece that brings us to use these things or to do these things that are crutches or supportive for now starts to fall away because your system's not in so much tension anymore. It's not so out of alignment anymore that it just keeps going for the same shit over and over and over again. Thank you, Tony. Again, really backwards in the West, we say treat the symptom rather than addressing the root of the problem. If you just keep treating the symptom, the same thing will manifest over and over again. If you just keep shutting down the expression of the misalignment's just going to keep expressing itself. Yeah. So again, just starting with those like 5 minutes breathing, 5-minute Nadi Shodhana practice, 5-minute visualization practice, 3-minute just awe practice, right? Any of these things, when you notice that frenetic energy that maybe leads you to these things, or before you actually take these things, if you're doing them, especially on a regular schedule. Thank you, Astral. This is the way we invite the alignment rather than trying to force it. Okay, I missed several things here. Righteous, I'm proud. Sorry you had to endure that. I'm proud you can trust your response in the moment. I am still working on trust. I would have to say that trust is probably one of the, my homie Tony. Hey, trust is, let me say it this way. I experienced the most amount of grief in my journey when I realized that I had so severely broken trust with myself. From making choices that weren't good for me, from giving myself away in for other people's needs and for other people's dreams, for ignoring my boundaries, not being willing or able to be more protective of myself. Yeah, there's a lot of ways where we unconsciously, subconsciously break trust with ourselves. And that is one of those steps that you've got to take on the journey to sit with yourself and go, shit, I'm really sorry. I'm really, truly sorry for leaving you behind. I'm sorry for not trusting you to tell me the truth about me. I'm sorry for turning to other people, expecting them to have the truth about me and them to have the answers when you've been trying to speak to me my entire life. I'm sorry for thinking that you're my enemy when all you've been trying to do is protect me my entire life long. I'm sorry for forgetting how valuable you are. I'm sorry for allowing others to hurt you. Right? This isn't trying to promote shame or guilt, but there's an important piece to acknowledging and taking responsibility for our actions. And when it comes to building trust with yourself, you've got to acknowledge that, well, shit, yeah, I could have made a different choice. And maybe that different choice would have been better, maybe not. But not holding on to that. Oh my God, I've screwed everything up. It's all my fault. It's all terrible. Oh, I'll never heal. This will be my whole lifelong condition. Actually, just start with trust. And the 5 minutes a day practice that I was talking about is a really good way to develop trust. Because one of the first ways we develop trust is showing up for yourself every single day. We're stuck. What day and time do I go online? I come online right now. It's just Saturdays at 10 a.m. Pacific time, and I'm on for several hours at a time. Right now we are in transition, so I may not stay on until 2 or 3 as I usually do. Thank you, Cheesy Rat. But it's Saturdays from 10 a.m. Pacific time till several hours later. Yeah, thank you for asking. Hopefully next year we will see. I am doing a special event, a daily event starting December 1st. So follow me for that because it'll be every single day, probably in the morning, same time every single day. I might even just keep it to 10 because 10 is a nice time. But anyway, it'll be a shorter live and it'll be a practice that we are doing together. It's a 40-day practice and I'm really, really excited to share it with you guys. I've been waiting to do it and setting up all sorts of stuff to give you with it too. It'll take time and kindness. Yes, absolutely. I need a rescue exercise to get my back body from extreme anxiety. Cat cow, Glitterbee. And besides, yep, Naughty Shona, will that work for that as well? Have to go, Cheesy Rat. Have a great day. Hey, thank you, Catherine. You want to join? We're going to join, put your name in the hat for a copy of my, where's my post-it notes? For a copy of my book, for a signed copy of my book. Thank you, Catherine. Let me get the full. So we will be doing the drawing at the beginning of October. Just a heads up. We will be doing the drawing at the beginning of October. And the other way you can get your name in the hat is to send a $5 donation to Rev on Cash App. And that's 2 names in the hat, two entries into the hat instead of just one. I'm sorry, blindly evolving and large. Hi, guys. Releasing honked up energy on the back of the neck. Look, you guys good gunked up. So back of neck and anxiety in the back. I love that both of you guys are asking for back stuff. So one of my favorite practices for back stuff. Hold on just a sec. Diana, is the 40-day exercise in December to be a paid course or live? It will be a free live course. So usually with the 40-day practices, I do them live for free. So if you join me during the practice, then you can join me during the practice, right? But then once I'm done with them, I encapsulate them into a little mini workshop, and I usually have those for sale on my website. So then you can take it and do it anytime you want to. But I like to first offer things for free and live so we can do them together. So if you don't want to purchase the thing, and you can show up every day and join me for it, then we can do that together and you can get it for free. Yeah. Now that you found my lives, you're coming back. Yay. Is it 12:21? It's 12:23 Pacific time right now. Yes, absolutely, Jonathan. Okay, so righteous. My pineal gland is 80% calcified. Show mentioned that. How do you know it's 80% calcified? I'm curious, righteous giggles, about that percentage that you have. Okay, so a practice for the back body, for the neck, for the back, for the low back, for any of that stuff. Cat cow. Cat cow is a really good, asanas are really, really powerful for moving energy through your system, especially because we're very material focused here in the West. It can be really helpful for us to just work with the physical body, especially if we don't know how to really feel our energy or are new to feeling the energy, or it's just manifesting so intensely in our body. So cat cow, cat cow is done simply like this. In case you are not familiar with it, you want your knees stacked directly below your hips. And then you want your hands, sorry, this is harder to do here on TikTok. We've got more space over there on YouTube. You want your hands directly below your shoulders. You can adjust yourself to make a nice little, it's not even a square, it's a rectangle, huh? So align that so your hands are directly beneath your shoulders. So I like to start small with cat cow, but ultimately the full extension is to drop your belly, lift your chin, lift your gaze up towards the ceiling, relax your shoulders. Actually, you kind of like roll the shoulders back a little bit to open the chest, and tip the tailbone up like you're going to wag your tail, like you've got a tail that you're going to wag there. That's the full cow. Inhale, and then as you exhale, curling the entire length of the spine, tucking the tailbone, arching the back, tucking the chin. Exhale completely. Cat. So the other way you can do this is just seated. You don't have to get on all fours. And this I like doing. This one I do as an emergency, either with anxiety or I deal with a lot of back pain. I've got a lot of misalignments in my back. Remember, you have chakras on your back. We'll talk about that in a second. But cat cow, seated cat cow is just the same thing. I recommend, especially if you're doing seated cat cow, that you sit on some sort of little pillow. What this does is it tilts the hips just slightly enough that it aligns the spine much better than if we are sitting more curved in, and it makes the cat cow a little easier. Ooh, interesting. Righteous giggles. I'd love to explore that more and learn about that more, about how it can be measured. The calcification can be measured. So cat cow, seated cat cow, put yourself underneath, put a little pillow underneath your bottom. The back of my left shoulder has been giving me really loud signals. So Red Mama Yeti, let me add a piece to this for you as well. So when we're doing seated cat cow, you want to bring your hands to the outside of your knees or to your knees, to your knees or to the front of your shins here, that side. Okay. It's because we're going to use this to help kind of arch the back. So this one especially, I like to start small. What does that look like? So let's Let's take our 3 deep breaths to get into our seated cat-cow practice. Put a little pillow under your bottom. If you don't have a pillow to put under your bottom, lean forward, roll the thighs out a little bit, and then sit back ever so gently, and you're going to tilt those hips anyway. So let's take 3 deep breaths to find our alignment. First, begin by inhaling the breath through the nose, pulling it all the way into the belly, expanding the belly, and sigh it out. Second breath, inhale, expanding the rib cage in all directions, front, sides, and back. Exhale completely. Next one, inhale the breath, lifting the heart and gently lifting through the top of the head as you inhale. And as you exhale, gently tuck your chin and allow your shoulder blades to melt back down your back. Go ahead and place those hands either on your knees or on your shins or on the front part of your knee here. And we're going to start really slow, again, just by sending the heart gently forward, lifting the chin ever so slightly. And exhale, curl the shoulders just a little bit and tuck the chin just a little bit. Inhale a little bit bigger this time. A little more chest opening, roll the shoulders back, lift the chin a little higher. You might even get into the low back a little bit, tilting it back. And then exhale, tucking the chin, rolling the shoulders, rounding the back a little bit more. Inhale, send the chest forward, lift the chin nice and high. Tip that tailbone again, like you're going to wag your tail. I always encourage wiggles. So when you get into this position here, give yourself that little bit of wiggle. Big inhale. Open the shoulders, open chest. Exhale, curve the entire length of the spine all the way down to your tailbone. Take your time alternating between the two. Inhale, exhale, seated cat-cow. I don't recommend doing this super quickly. I recommend doing this with intention and presence, right? So take your time, give it all of your attention. Notice each little shift in your system. My long tail really enjoyed that blindly evolving. It adds such a good playfulness. Remember, the sacral chakra is our center for joy, pleasure, playfulness, fluidity, movement. What are we doing here but tipping the hips as well? Do you have low back problems? You got low back pain? Guess what? That's the back of the sacral chakra. One of the great things about cat-cow is that we engage that hip motion and it can feel kind of silly. Why? Because we're moving the area for silliness, for playfulness, for movement, for pleasure, for joy, right? So let that giggle come out. Let it feel a little silly. Let yourself wag your tail when you've got your chin all up and your chest forward and your arms open. So here was the thing, Mama Yeti. If you're specifically experiencing shoulder issues, especially like upper back, shoulder blade issues, you can also move the entire length of your arms. So as we go down, tuck the tailbone, tuck the chin, pull the belly button into the spine, rounding the entire back, rolling the shoulders forward, and release the arms out in front of you. Exhale completely. As you inhale, tip the hips forward. Push that belly button nice and far out. Open the chest, lift the heart, lift the chin, and then open those arms nice and wide all the way. I like to call this a position of power, a POW, P-O-W. And then we go into the pop, and that's not the right one. And then we go into the other position, which is really just the position of surrender, right? We could also call this the position of weakness if we're feeling, the pow and pop. That's right. Position of power position of weakness. When we feel weak, when we feel scared, when we feel we need to hide ourselves and protect ourselves, we curl up into this position. And going back and forth between them gives your body permission to do it. And it helps to relax and work through the muscles that pull us back down into here. Alternate this position with this position. Thank you, Andrew. Okay, so 4, back issues, back of neck issues, shoulder blades, low back, hip issues, mobility issues in terms of your hips and even your knees. Cat-cow can be really, really helpful. Red Mom Annie, oof, that is tight. I encourage you to use this practice. This is another one of those practices that you can do daily. What if you just spent 5 minutes every single day, first thing when you wake up in the morning? Right? This improves circulation. It can also improve digestion. It also activates pranic energy in your body as well as aponic energy. It stimulates the flow through the Sushumna channel, which is going both up and down, just like we're going in and out, right? And when we do these things, these practices, we help bring our bodies back to center. I'm going from this extreme to that extreme to this extreme to that extreme so that I can, every time I do, I'm going through center. Think about this, right? I'm here. This is one extreme. Fully open, fully forward, fully expressive. And then as I go through, what do I pass through? But the position of center. You want to experience center? Allow yourself to fluctuate. Had some gnarly surgery on your low back. Hold on a second. Hopefully that's not. Okay. Oof. You are very welcome. You are very welcome. So that practice again can be used for actual tension in your back body. It can also be used for tension in your front body, but it's much more effective on stuff in our back body that's manifesting on a physical level. It also helps to open the chakra system and really just like squeeze out, right? Stuff that needs to just be moved. It activates digestion. It activates both the pranic and aponic energy in our system. And it helps us swing through center, right? So I'm looking at my... Yeah, right when you wake up, that's a really good time to do that practice. Right at the end of the day is a good time to do that practice. Glitterbee, thank you so much. I'm looser and back out of my head and body. Yay! I think I need to turn on my AC in here if we're gonna go a little longer. Hold on, I gotta at least plug my phone in. Because I do want to play this game. I do want to play this game, though, because I wanted to share a game with you that I got from my mother. This is how she helped me increase my intuitive abilities. Rachel giggles. Yay! Thank you for following on YouTube. All right, let me turn on the AC in here, and then we'll do this practice. Oh, the door did close. That's why. Okay. Hopefully that doesn't make it too loud in the background. Thank you for all the follows, everyone. So some of you may have also seen these before. We're going to keep it nice and simple right now. Which ones should we use? So what we're going to do is I'm going to give you a couple of symbols. I'm going to place these symbols. I'm going to write these symbols here on the board. And I'm going to then write one onto a Post-it note. I'm going to write one onto a Post-it note. I'm going to focus on that symbol. Once I've got my focused, honed in, then I will ask you to guess, to intuit, to visualize which of these symbols I am using. Now, I think I should do it via emojis, huh? Probably do emojis rather than the star. Let's see. How are we going to do this? Let's do one as a heart. Because you guys can send a heart emoji, right? Is one of our symbols. We'll do a heart or script. We'll do a circle. You just send a circle or an O. Oh, oof. Sorry about the healer yaps. A heart, a circle, a square, or a star. Okay, you guys got to find all these emojis in your okay. Such a nice job on all of them there. My star is the only one that looks funny. Okay, let me grab my charger really quick. I would like you to study these 4 shapes. Take a look at these 4 shapes, visualize these 4 shapes, and then in your response, go ahead and just find an emoji, because I'm pretty sure there's a circle. And there we go. Thank you, Glitterbee. That's right. And I encourage you, if you notice a color to any of these, to choose that color, to let that color show up as well. I'm going to be focusing on the shape and a color for each of these. So let me plug in my devices here. Hello, sunshine. I love you. I'm going to do this fun game with everybody, and if you'd like to join us, you can. But it's all, you can also get some breakfast, huh? Yeah. Ow. Oh, ow. Okay. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. Come on, baby, say you want me. 5, 6, 7 times. Give you a second to find all of your emojis. This would be a fun game to figure out how to make. Oh, thank you, friend. Hey, Byron. This would be a fun way. We're doing a game. We're doing an intuition game, Byron. Do you want to play? Hi, Tracy. Yes, son. You can call Juliana. I have her phone number right here. There you go. And you'll have to open Google Voice. Feed yourself. Okay? So press the pen. Okay. All right. Everybody ready? Everybody ready to play? Thank you, guys. Okay. A little telepathy on the hill. I am sharing the practices. I'm sharing one of the practices that my mother did with me to help improve my intuition. And turns out they also did it in the GATE program or gifted program. They use the same things. Sometimes I wonder if that's where she got them from. Okay. So I am going to draw one of these shapes on a Post-it note. I'm going to give it all of my focus, all of my attention for about 1 minute. I'm going to spend that whole minute focused. And then during that time, feel free to drop your emojis, which one you think it is. Again, if you see a color, feel free to drop that color as well. I'm going to draw it and then I'm going to visualize it. All right. I'm not going to pick the different colors here. I'm just going to visualize the color. All right. Are we ready? We're ready. You guys ready? Ready. Been ready. Born ready. Okay. Try not to guess it based on my pen scribbles. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Okay. All right. Time's up. What we got? What do 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 we got? Nice. Awesome, everyone. Thank you all. So it was a red square. A red square. I like that some of you got the shape, some got the color, right? It was a red square. Oh, man. All right. You want to do it again? I got to figure out a way to like make it like this thing for engagement. I should go with the opposite. So I'll give you a tip, right? Yes. Son, he just came over like this. Yes, son, what?
It's asking for like a.
Oh, log you in. Okay, I'll give you a tip. Hi, Mima. Barbie. I think you're gonna be in the house for it, so you guys can share chatter and throw on camera and stuff. Oh. All right, go ahead and take them inside. Love you. What? No, I'm pretty sure it's in the house on the shelf, as well as the milk in the fridge. No, not for breakfast. No. Okay. All right. Because I'm on the opposite side of causality, circle and square mirror shapes. All right. So I did visualize a red star. Nice, blindly evolving. Well done. Okay, so here is the tip that my mother gave me. And I will admit it's not yet reliably functional for me. But it is effective and sometimes can be a really big difference. So when you are visualizing, the visual that you will see that is usually the one you're looking for is either going to be it's going to be a different quality than the other ones. So it can be brighter, it can be more defined, it could even move or jump out at you instead of being sort of there in the gray aspect. There's this sort of gray visual space when you're visualizing things intentionally. You're crafting the ideas of them in your head. You're filtering through these shapes, trying to see a heart or a square or a circle or a star. Or, oh my gosh, I can't tell which one it is. Or you're just waiting there in the darkness going, just show me, just which one, right? And sometimes we can get a little convoluted with our minds being like, this one, wait, I want to be right. I want to do what you're asking me to do, but detail and quality. And sometimes more, again, will kind of jump out at you, or a little bit of movement or something like that with it. So we're going to do this again. And I may or may not pick the same one. So, Okay, sowing chaos. Here we go. Let's see. It's 12:49 right now. So I will draw this one and I will visualize the color as well. And then we will sit for about a minute with me focused on it. All right, ready and go. Okay. Byron, all the colors. Well, you have just a very good color visual, right? Color capacity for colors. All right, let's see what we got. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, Glitterbee, good question. Which colors? I was kind of just being random with the colors, but I'm keeping them to primary colors mostly. So I think you guys were even a little more spot on with this one. This time it was a green heart. We have several hearts and several greens on here. So I know this can also be frustrating, and my intention is not to cause frustration, but instead to give you a practice that you can use, right? Another way to do this is to take cards or something all the same size to draw your shapes and colors or whatever, or just shapes on each of the cards. Then you can shuffle the cards around, turn them upside down, pick a card, hold them in your hand, shuffle them around, and put one on top. Any of these will work for you to practice your intuition. Blindly evolving, I have some unclogging to do. I think we all do. That's pretty standard.
Someone's here.
Someone's here? Okay. Hold on, everybody. sorry about that. Somebody came to ask about the house that's for sale. Okay. Any experience with the Gateway tapes? I've been curious about them. Thoughts? Yes, I was put through the gifted program as well, and sat through the Gateway tapes, and yeah. Doug. Ajna. Just bought a new incense burner and some copal. What are some of your favorite incenses? Honestly, I have a ridiculously large box of incense because every time I see a cool incense, I want to try the incense and I get myself a new one. I have an excessive amount of incense, unfortunately. And yes, thank you, Lynn. I was left-handed, so they didn't like me. Any sort of I'm just now going down the rabbit hole of the Gateway tapes. I'm just now going down the rabbit hole of what the GATE program actually was. I was in it for a while, but interestingly enough, when I moved from California to Florida, then I no longer, I like tested for it again. And then I was no longer in it. So I think that whatever my experiences were relatively young. Maybe even first or second grade. I'm trying to think of what school I was in. I moved around so much. I think they were like first or second grade, third grade, and then fourth grade. They did not put me back in the program out in Florida. So, yeah. All right. Do y'all want to do another one? Should we do another one? I think they didn't like me, Lind, because I have never been able to be hypnotized. I've tried it before. I've been to like things at fairs and whatnot. And I actually did a therapy session. I think I was a teenager or early 20s. I went and did a therapy session where somebody, we were trying hypnotherapy to work through trauma and what have you. And it didn't work. So I wonder sometimes about the GATE program and about the mental manipulation, the manipulation tactics that they may have been using in there. And some of them may, like the Gateway tapes, are very much like hypnosis tapes, or very much like meditative tapes, which can be a form of hypnosis, right? A form of disconnecting or manipulating our subconscious. Hey, Mustang Sally, thank you, friend. I've heard it was collect the sensitive kids in a way to control or hamper. Sometimes I wonder about that too. But again, I was raised with my family's energy work lineage. And so in terms of being a sensitive kid, I was definitely a sensitive kid. But that's what made me kind of look into it and go, I wonder if the intention more was to, and that's not to say that, people who they kept in the program were, I don't know, anything different. It was just, there's a lot of subversive shit that our government, that companies do, that our government does, that the ruling class does through marketing, through media, through Hollywood, through trends in psychology and in parenting and in even eating and sort of whatnot. Like there is just so much programming and then reinforcing that programming that goes on. Yeah. There's also a really good body of knowledge about the some of the manipulations and programs that have been run on the American people, because it wasn't just the GATE program. There were other programs before and probably still that are intended to experiment with the population to see what they can successfully create. I do believe that the whole Gen X music call thing is one of those things that was a byproduct of testing on the Gen X generation, where so many Gen Xers have this sort of like this camaraderie, this sort of thing over like, oh, if every Gen Xer, you hear this song and you know you're not really a Gen Xer unless you heard this song, right? Or even the like drinking out of the water hose and sort of thing, like the narrative about who they were and what they are is not false. I'm not saying it's false at all, but it's so interestingly crafted and perpetuated in our culture, which again creates an inclusiveness, which also then creates a exclusiveness, right? When we, yeah. So it's an interesting thing to explore. We will, do you guys want to do one more of these symbols? Let me see what you said. Meanwhile, I look into, it's crazy how much I thought that was made me less than. Meanwhile, your sensitivity actually is a gift, right? Your awareness is a gift. Children are open and aware and highly sensitive. It is conditioned out of us. We are conditioned away from being present within our bodies, present with our moment now, being present with other people. Again, and briefly, right? One of the ways that this happens with, again, it maybe sounds like hyperbole. So let's talk about the actual practical way that it happens. So, disconnect us from our systems. It's very common and even encouraged to set your infants on a sleep schedule. That sleep schedule denies their actual internal clock and sets them on an arbitrary schedule that has nothing to do with their systems. Slap a diaper on that baby and say, don't worry about your feeling of needing to eliminate, just start to ignore that right away. I am actually trained as a diaper-free coach. And one of the first things that the hurdles that we have to get over is that babies don't know that they have to, that they have a elimination. There we go. They don't know that they have to eliminate. And in fact, the opposite is true. Infants, all of them, have some sort of telltale sign, barring some other developmental thing or physical thing, right? Because there are conditions that hamper that. But for the most part, most of us are born with the impetus to not lay or sit in our own excrement. And our culture says, no, that's fine. That's fine. Just ignore your need to eliminate. Ignore it entirely for several years. And then we go, why is it so hard to potty train my child? Because they literally have to unlearn the thing that you taught them, which was to ignore it. Additionally, in terms of food, in terms of the way that we feed our kids, start feeding them earlier at 6 months. It's recommended to feed solid food. But at 6 months, your digestive system actually does not have all the enzymes necessary to process the foods that you are being fed. On top of that, which creates gastrointestinal problems, which messes up the production of the gut flora, the proper production of the gut flora, especially when we get rid of breast milk during that time as well, which is full of the enzymes that you need for a healthy development of your digestive system. On top of that, we again schedule the meals only at 3 times a day, and you're supposed to eat X amount minimum of ounces and these kinds of things. How many of us have spoon fed our children or somebody else's kids and been like, come on, just one more bite, one more opportunity to ignore your system. Come on, just ignore your system a little bit more. And again, it's not meant to instigate guilt or shame within you, but this is how we become aware and go, oh my gosh, it is really that insidious. From early childhood, from the most basic things, we are being conditioned out of our ability to know what our systems need. So it's not your fault that you feel disconnected. It's not, you're not broken for not knowing how to hear when you're tired or when you're hungry. It's not, it's just out of alignment. You just forgot the language, right? And we can learn the language again, because the language is here still yelling for your attention with physical issues, stomach issues, gas, all sorts of other what have you that manifests, or sleep issues, right? These kinds of things where we feel confused and lost. Our systems are actually asking us, yelling for us to listen. The less we listen, the more they scream. And this is why I say that your system is actually your ally. Your system is actually your ally. Every fucking part of it. Yes, even anger. Yes, even that negative self-talk. Yes, even that confusion or that fear. They're all your allies. And when they're out of alignment, you experience tension. And that tension says, I'm not where I'm supposed to be, right? I don't do, like, I imagine the pirates on my crew on my ship here. If I've got the person who's supposed to navigate back there shoveling coal into, I don't know, now I've got a steamboat apparently, shoveling coal into the train, it's a train, or working on the sails, right? If I've got the navigator in the wrong spot, the navigator is going to be frustrated and not be very good at that job. And the person who's in the navigating position is not going to be very good at that job either. So we just remember this, like rearranging our parts, right? Aligning these patterns so that they're actually in a place that's helpful and supportive because that's where they want to be. How do we know that it's helpful and supportive? Because it doesn't generate more tension in your body. And yes, Red Mama Yeti, the snacky isn't good for our blood sugars, the up and down, and we actually don't need to eat as often. And again, one of the other insidious things our culture has done, and that's literally capitalism. That is companies paying to have to change, to alter the nutrition standards for the country. Previously, sugar was seen, alcohol, tobacco, these things were seen as either medicines or helpful or whatnot because they were lobbied, because there was money behind that marketing. You can pay for the studies that said sugar is a great thing to activate your digestion before dinner, so everybody should have pre-dinner mints. What? I don't like to get too deeply into the nutrition stuff, as you guys know, online, just because I don't want things to be totally misconstrued. And I know that a lot of us struggle with our ability to be in alignment and fully present with our systems. So I don't want to mislead anybody. And I don't want anybody to take something I say and be like, oh, that's the answer, without ever having checked into their systems, right? So the most important piece there then is just becoming more present, right? Next time you have the impetus to go grab a snack, right? Use the awe. We'll start calling the awe method, right? Use the awe stop. Like, stop. Notice the feeling inside of you. Notice what's going on around you. Is that my stomach actually feeling hungry, or is it anxiety that's moving through my system? And I know that putting something in my belly will settle it or will replace the feeling of anxiety. Or is my heart racing, right? Or is there some other thing going on? What are the thoughts I'm having? Am I shaming myself in my head and now I want to go grab something to eat? I will not see those connections unless I give it my attention, right? Unless I bring my attention into my system and be present with it. That said, I do offer nutrition tips for each of the chakras. Again, if you want the cheat code PDFs for each of the chakras, you can go to my Patreon page. There's a shop. I am Move with Change on Patreon. And in that shop, I have cheat codes for every single layer of the energy body that we've gone through so far this year. So we're in the brow chakra now. And then thank you for the gift, friend. And then we are moving to the crown chakra in October. That's the next month. Yes. And then November, we're going to work on the soul star chakras, the one above the body. And we're also going to talk about the minor chakras, face chakras, maybe some hand chakras, the upper minor chakras. And in December, as I've been saying all year long, I have a really awesome surprise. And I kind of divulged it the other day. We're going to be doing a 40-day Kriya practice. Kriya just means action. So these Kriyas are actions, a set of actions that we do pointed toward a particular outcome. This Kriya that we're going to be doing is Sat Kriya. Sat Kriya is one of the most foundational Kundalini Kriyas, and it is with the intention of helping to uncoil that energy and raise it up through your systems. It's a 3-minute practice. I am currently putting together, actually, I finished it. I already finished the journal to go along with it. That journal will be available for purchase. Again, this is the way that I like to structure these things. The events themselves are going to be free, right? In December, every single day for 40 days, so we'll go a little bit into January, every single day I will be live and we will do the practice together. If you want to show up live and do it with me, it's completely free. I will also post a timer every single day. In case you miss the live session, you can at least use the timer. And on the timer, I'm trying to put it together so that we have the instructions at the very beginning of each one, so you're reminded how to do it, and then a full 3-minute timer afterwards. Those things will be available for the full 40-day duration. I will also have a journal available with reflection questions for every single day of the practice. That will be available for purchase through my shop. Once we are done with the 40 days, I'm going to package all of that together, and it will be available as a workshop, priced differently over in the shop as well. So I do that so that if you want to get it for free, you can get it for free. If you don't have the time or aren't ready to do it now, that will be available for you at a later date in the shop, right? Yeah. So what was the other thing? Nutrition tips. That's what we were talking about. So nutrition tips for the third eye. Blueberries, obviously. Blueberries are a very good third eye food. Dark leafy greens, really darker greens, kale, spinach, even collards can be on the pretty dark side. Dark greens aid in detoxification. Please be careful. I know that a lot of people are using certain substances to decalcify their pineal gland, including charcoal. What was the other one? So my specific suggestion, my specific warning here is that charcoal pulls toxins out of the body. If you are taking medications, or if you have if you're taking medications, charcoal can actually deactivate some of those some of the qualities in the medicines that you're taking, in the prescriptions that you're taking. So please, please, please be aware of this, be mindful. It specifically interacts poorly with now I forgot exactly what it interacts poorly with. But if you're taking those medications, I would advise against using regular or using charcoal to decalcify the pineal gland. You can do so with things like vitamin B. You can do so with things like dark leafy greens, turmeric. You can do this with water. Water. I was just checking into the library up here, and my librarian came out and was like, just water. Just drink a bunch of water. It's one of the best and most effective ways to clear toxins out of your body. Yes, they can be in deeper, and that charcoal can help take those toxins out. But if you're taking medications, it can poorly interact with those medications. And I don't find that information online a lot. So word to the wise, tell your friends. So this was the thing about, I wanted to share a little bit about the deficiency and excess of this particular chakra. We worked on a couple of practices today, Nadi Shodhana, visualizing shapes, focusing into our third eye. Another way to address your third eye alignment is to chant, is to om. That resonates through the throat chakra, but because the throat chakra is right up here with the head, and the brow and the throat are right next to each other, this can really help to clarify the third eye when you do your mantras with resonance. What does that look like? That's the difference between saying om and going om, where you can feel it resonating, vibrating through your head. Focus your mantras on the vibration you feel in your head. You can also listen to solfeggio frequencies. Let's see. You can visualize light at the third eye. Again, visualize the breath coming through. The other third eye opening practice I offered was to look directly into the third eye chakra with your eyes closed, with your eyes open. Just another reminder on how to do this other one, right? You either Close your eyes or look directly up at your third eye and close your eyes. It can strain the eye muscles. So if it's straining your eye muscles, use this one instead. Watch your finger, start your finger at the tip of your nose and follow it up till you touch your third eye and back down. This is, again, like working out the muscles to make that easier for you to gaze up into your third eye. So you can go back and forth several times like this, following the finger. The other way you can do it, and this one I really like because there's other pieces that come with it, is to use a mirror. So you can put a dot on your head if it helps you focus, but otherwise you look into the mirror and you focus right here at the third eye. All of your attention, all of your focus, all of your energy here focused into that third eye, into the reflection of your third eye in the mirror. I highly recommend doing this practice in lower light. You're more likely to see the colors of your chakra and of your aura, or at least the movement of the energy in your energy body. Another tip about this meditation, it's called a Chakra meditation, a staring meditation to open the third eye. When you are doing this, when your eyes get tired, let them rest. Close them and focus instead on the mental image, right? You get that imprint in your eyes when you close them after you've been staring for something. After you've been staring at something for so long, close your eyes and stare at that mental image until it disappears. Once it fades, you can open your eyes again and reactivate that mental image over there. Do I ever use lapis lazuli in the third eye meditation? I'm a big fan of lapis. I do carry and use lapis most often. It's one of the most often ones I have with me. I think I might even have it right here. I do. See, a nice little chunk of it. But my biggest amethyst is the biggest one that I like for the third eye. Remember that it is the color indigo, so any variation of these deep rich blues and purples are going to be supportive for the third eye. Stones are not my forte. I love them as helpers, but they're not my primary language. So don't take my word for it. Maybe find somebody who's like a stone master. So but if you have stones, or if you feel called to certain stones, or you want to use certain things like that, please follow your intuition and use what's working well for you. Okay. Other practices for the third eye. This is one I really wanted to offer because I am a big fan of sun eating. If you're not familiar with the practice of sun eating, it does involve gazing into the sun at dusk, at dawn, at the point where the sun is just coming up upon the horizon. I'm not encouraging anybody to go do this unless you've actually had somebody teach you how to do this, right? Or just be careful with you guys. So the alternative practice is to close your earthly eyes and open your third eye staring into the sun, right? So you got, and not at high noon or anything like that. Wait until the sun is down on the horizon, either at dawn or at dusk, and gaze with your physical eyes closed. Use your third eye to gaze into the sun. The more you practice this, I almost guarantee you that you'll be able to locate the sun with your physical eyes closed. That is a really good practice for decalcifying your pineal gland as well, bringing that solar energy down to the back of the third eye channel. Thank you, Henry. I really appreciate it. And I love the questions. It's not a distraction at all. I love to add all these little pieces. So again, one of my favorite practices, also two, three, four, five of my favorite practices for the third eye, but one that feels really, really good. This feels good in the head. It feels good in your eyes. You practice it long enough and you can feel it at the back of your head. If you want to experience the actual pathway or movement of your third eye channel, I encourage you to do, hey, Tiziana, to do the sun gazing, third eye sun gazing. Again, I'm going to say it a bunch more times, not with your physical eyes. Close your physical eyes and locate the sun with your third eye and stare into the sun with your third eye. what were the other things? So again, I have a PDF on my Patreon page. It's the cheat codes for the brow chakra. You can find it. It's $5.55 to download. And it has basic information and associated correspondences for the third eye and for each previous chakra, mudras, mantras, sounds, breathwork, visualizations, asanas, herbs and stones, nutrition tips, energy healing practices, as well as reflection questions. So the cheat codes for each chakra are a really good extension from the book. So again, my book is Energy for Sale, the energetic blueprint for consumer conditioning. This is the framework for why it's happening and how it's happening. And those cheat code PDFs are the now what do I do about it? I definitely offered some practices in the book, but primarily this is just explaining the situation and helping to give like the red flags. This is how you tell what you're being marketed to, what it's trying to induce in you, what trigger it's trying to button it's trying to poke, sort of deal. If you want to go deeper into practices for alignment and healing your chakras, then I encourage you to grab the cheat codes from my shop on Patreon. Tiziana, great book. Awesome. Thank you so much. I know so many of you have purchased it. I appreciate it. I love seeing that number, especially that number go up when I'm not even teaching, when I'm not doing my Saturdays. I know that the book sales go up every single Saturday. We always have a couple people go in and get a copy of it. But I love seeing that during the rest of the week too. So one last time too, we are doing a raffle. There's 2 ways to enter the raffle. What you get is a signed copy of my book sent to you. The 2 ways to enter the raffle are 1 via a $5 donation on Cash App. You get 2 entries into the raffle, or you can send the live goal gift here in TikTok. Gift to enter the raffle. And you get 1 entry into the raffle with TikTok. Why is that? Because TikTok takes more than about 50%, 50 to 60% of everything creators make on TikTok. But it does boost the FYP and helps keep the live going and prevents them from giving me a bunch more false flags. So they like it when you make them money and then they share your shit. So anyway, that is for a signed copy of my book. It is available on Amazon. If you just want to go grab yourself a copy, there is a link in the description over here on TikTok or on YouTube. And on TikTok, it's either in my bio or there's a link in my bio to get you my Patreon page too. So this was the thing I wanted to do. I wanted to talk about a little bit because I think we haven't talked a lot about this with the other chakras. But this one is a really good visual for something I think we all experience. That dusk has always been a most powerful part of the day for me. Me too. I actually cannot, it disturbs me a little bit when I don't see the sunset, when I can't see the sunset to some degree. Even when it's cloudy, that's fine. But I have to be out during the sunset and I have to be out at night. I spend every night several hours usually staring up at the stars. And a big part of that is actually the understanding that your vision gets altered by the things that you look at during the day. So all the screens and all the bright lights and other things like that is conditions our eyes. And if you keep your eyes conditioned to just these bright things, the likelihood that you're going to see the much lighter color, like aura and energy, is much lower. You're not going to be able to see it as well because your eyes are not conditioned to be able to see it. So I encourage anybody who is up late enough to be out at night to give yourself at least a few minutes of gazing up at the stars. It's also really good for our eyes to look that far away. Lind, how do I curb mosquitoes? Luckily, we don't have a lot of them out here, but I usually just like an essential oil with coconut oil mixed with, I usually use eucalyptus and lemon is one of my favorite smells. And sometimes you can find them together in a little essential oil. You can also use tea tree and clove are also really, really good ways to curb mosquitoes. Just create a nice essential oil. Plus with a coconut oil, it'll be a nice little rub on your skin and moisturize the skin as well. You only need a couple of drops though of the essential oil. They are quite intense. You can also create your own oil candles using coconut oil or just vegetable or whatever cheap oil you have sitting around at the house. If you have the capacity to create this, you can put a wick in there in the oil, and because the oil is viscous enough to hold that up, and then you can put essential oil in there. I don't usually do a lot of that oil candle thing. But there's a way you can do it with rice and then the oil on top and then the wick in there. But I don't usually have wicks laying around. So I just make a spray. You're very welcome. And that spray works for any other type of little buggy critters too. Ants, flies, fleas, things like that are also all very into essential oils. Okay, so this is the thing I wanted to talk about. So a lot of us experience the sensation of sort of having all of this frenetic energy in our heads, right? That repetitive self-talk, that chaos and clamor, the din from all of the inner voices, from all of the worry and all of the fear and all of the memories coming back up and all of this stuff. It's almost as if there's energy trapped in my head, right? In our heads. So there is a reason for this. What you're looking at is the experience of a deficient third eye. And that's how this is going to look here. So the deficient third eye is essentially here's your third eye center. And that energy tries to reach out and is kicked back into the system by just simple nature of being closed, right? So when my third eye is clogged or it's not completely closed, I've never really met somebody with a completely closed chakra of any chakra. There's always some energy eking through there, even if it's just a tiny little drip, tiny little bit. When we experience all of that chaotic activity inside of our head, it's an indicator that there is a boundary that we are holding, or there is a holding sensation, a tension sensation that's keeping that energy inside of our head so that it ruminates around more and more and more. This actually creates a deficiency in the chakra because it's not freely flowing outside of us or exchanging with the universe as much as it would when it's balanced. So an excessive one can look like this. So if you're here, balanced one. A balanced one is I have my center here and I've got energy going both out and in, right? But when we end up with excessive third eye energy, what happens is that instead of communicating X outward, we end up with too much coming in. This is for my highly sensitive folks who hear everything, feel everything, confused by all of these things that are coming in from the outside world. It indicates a lack of appropriate boundaries for our energy body as well. So this is deficient, too much of a boundary, keeping all of the energy inside of our heads, versus excessive, where there's way too much flooding in. Yes, we can also, yes, Glitterbee. Oh, I thought you had a question. You? Okay, so my ability to hear my intuition and communicate intuitively with like higher self and whatnot actually is associated with my ability to perceive it, right? To listen for it and to allow certain energy to come in and then not other energies to come in. If we have that deficiency, those energies that are reaching out and listening to the universe or to source or to our guides end up listening to themselves all day, every day, all the time. I need help building some boundaries. Absolutely. So, the sun gazing practice is going to be a really good practice for decalcifying the pineal gland, and that's going to help balance the channel out of your third eye. To ensure online safe shopping, use the live product showcase to sell. Okay. TikTok has notices for me. Uh-oh. That must have been really effective. So let me say it again since TikTok interrupted it. Sun gazing with the third eye only. Physical eyes closed, third eye open. Sun gaze into the sun at dusk or dawn. When the sun is right on the horizon. And that's going to help balance, decalcify, and balance the pineal gland so that you have better boundaries. So other energies are not getting in and your energies are going out. Remember, another way, they detected inactivity. See, they dinged me twice for saying that. Oh my gosh. Okay. I love it. TikTok, you tell on yourself all the time. Okay. So hold on just a second. I wanted to finish this train of thought. Decalcifying, balancing. Oh, that was the other piece. So another ways, thank you for tapping. Another way to help you set boundaries in your third eye space is, thank you, friend, is to work on those lower chakras. I'm so sorry. So many of us spend so much time up here, right? That we need to actually balance the energy out. If all we have is this pranic energy pulling up and all of this focus and all of this time up here, can you stop, please? Because you're shaking the camper. Yes, son.
The meeting seems to have had a time limit.
Okay, just call back.
Okay, I need your
Use
help.
the same link.
It says this link is invalid when I tried it.
It's okay.
What should I do? I got it into the...
Do you know how to create a new meeting on Zoom?
I got to Zoom, but I don't know how to create a new meeting.
If your Zoom is open, there's a little blue plus sign. If there's a calendar, there's a little blue plus sign that says, and you click it and it says schedule or meet now.
Meet now. Okay.
And then what you'll have to do is you'll have to copy the invite link and send it to her.
Okay.
He might be back. Hey, nourish and flow. Okay, so the other piece of that, boundaries for the third eye. Where do our boundaries come from? But are lower chakras, right? Lind, I started getting up in the AM because the bugs aren't out. Nice. So perfect to add that. This is an easy add to spend those mornings sun gazing at dawn. What a beautiful time to spend sun gazing. So better boundaries. Our sacral chakra is about where we really root our boundaries into. So if you're carrying shame, guilt, uprising, are we living in a simulation? Yes and no, right? To a degree, you are a co-creator in the simulation of your experience of a tangible reality that exists, but we see through the lens of the illusion of being a prismatic human vessel. I think everything in the universe is yes and no. I feel like it's this place of maybe is where we find enlightenment. And that's not magical thinking, right? It's the awareness that a fact is only a fact because it hasn't been proven wrong yet. And that doesn't mean that all of our facts are ever going to be proven wrong, but you can't ever empirically prove something right without there being the possibility for that right to change. So in terms of simulation, I have never found it productive to believe that I'm living in a video game that somebody else programmed and somebody else is running. I've never found that productive or helpful, and that never has rung true for me in particular. But what I understand is the intentional crafting of the environment That's very real, right? That's very real. And that's why I wrote my book here, Energy for Sale, the energetic blueprint for consumer conditioning, because we all are born into some sort of culture and we are conditioned by that culture. If that culture is intentionally manipulated or intentionally fed certain ideas or experimented on to craft certain outcomes, then what you have is much closer to a simulation because it's absolutely been intentionally crafted to create a specific outcome. I think what we're experiencing now is the frustration of a system that would like to completely manage the simulation, but they are realizing that humans are not so easily trapped inside of a simulation, right? So the frustration, the battle we're experiencing now is that humanity is being like, you literally can't put us into a box. We're never going to fit inside of a box. And some of us will submit to the box. Some of us will maybe even enjoy the box, but we're not all of us are going to fit into that same simulation, because in a simulation, you have to limit the amount of options. We are not in right? The infinite is outside of the simulation. Thank you, friend. Thank you for that question and allowing me to explore that. So, if you want to learn about the simulation we're living in and the crafted simulation we're living in and how it works and how it programs you and how it creates the put buttons and pulleys and pokes and prods and the carrot on a stick that leads you into your own demise over and over and over again, or frustration or fear or shame or guilt or otherness sort of thing, right? Rather than togetherness, then I encourage you, if you want to explore that, to go grab my book. It's available right here on TikTok. It's available via link over there on YouTube. It's available on Amazon. Yes, unironically, I don't know. And we are doing a raffle for that today. We did end up going almost till 2:00. So I think I'm going to extend the class until 2:00, just in case anybody else wants to join the raffle. There are 2 ways to join the raffle. One is to send the gift goal here on TikTok. And you get 1 name into the entry. And then if you send $5 donation to my Cash App, then you get 2 entries into the raffle, because TikTok takes 50 to 60% of what I make. But it does help the live. So your choice which way to get in, and what you earn through the raffle, what you win, is a signed copy of my book. We will be doing the drawing at the beginning of October. Maybe the first Saturday of October if you guys want to do it, or we can do it. I can do it on the 1st if you don't want to wait, and then I'll just announce it. So all of that said, this was the piece that I wanted to share. This was the important thing about understanding excess and deficiency in our brow chakra, in our third eye chakra. If you experience this bombardment from the outside, you're experiencing an excessive brow chakra. And this means we need to ground the energy out and create better energetic boundaries. How do we create energetic boundaries? Well, first you can do so by spending more time in center, in alignment. When you're actually in alignment or centered, that energy body expands and creates its own boundary. This is, again, we invite that protection rather than thinking that we have to craft it or create it. Can it be helpful to craft and create these things to help our system amplify our system's ability to set boundaries? Yeah, absolutely. But if you want the most simple, how do we protect or set boundaries for, or protect our energy body, is to find that center, get familiar with what that center feels like, so that you can return home. This is home base every time, right? Imagine this like just reaching out and going back from home and coming back to home every time. Uprising, what is the end opposite side of the enlightenment? So I think I shared with you guys last year when I got this intuition in a meditation, which was really, really profound, right? This idea that enlightenment is actually, if we macro enlightenment is the journey that the collective, that the entire universe is on. Enlightenment is to bring more light into your awareness, reality, experience. So the more you become aware of the more subtle and subtle layers of yourself and of reality, the more you are becoming enlightened. It's not just some exclusive experience. It's not something that's super difficult or super complicated. It's just being willing and curious enough to enlighten yourself. That is literally the difference between saying, I'm a child, right? And I know that there is night and day. I'm awake or I'm asleep. I'm hungry or I'm not. I'm good or I'm bad. We call this gross motor thinking, right? Because gross motor skills say I can move my whole arm or my arm's not moving at all. Fine motor skills says, well, I can lift my forearm, I can move my hand like this, and I can even grab a pencil and do this finer work. So enlightenment is a process of doing finer and finer work within our spirit, within our energy, within our mind, right, as well, because that's part of the gateway, and within our bodies. So the beautiful piece that I received was this process of what happens if I am becoming more and more and more enlightened, filling myself with more and more and more light and awareness, expanding my awareness far beyond my physical limitations. Then at some point, I am expanding my awareness to perceive the entirety of the universe. And if we look at this from the visualization I got, it was like a funnel. When you first start on the outer edges, there's not a lot of gravity to it. You can skirt the edge of enlightenment your entire life long. If you want to stay in gross motor thinking, simplified, simplistic, black or white thinking, you can stay out here for your entire life experience. And it might even look scary to look down in the hole and be like, whoa, that's deep. I don't know if I want to go in there, man. But you can imagine it like the coin spiral when you were a kid or at the mall or wherever they had them at the certain place. You put the coin on the side, and the coin starts to go around, and then it goes around, and then it goes around. And if you'll notice, the coin starts to tip because the velocity, right, and that gravity is pulling it down faster and faster and faster and faster and faster into that bottom of the black hole. What you also experience through the process of enlightenment is a change in your quality of time and experience of time and space. There is a quickening. If you've been on this journey for a little while, you know that those first times of trying to get in and do the work are fucking arduous. It's like pulling yourself off a Velcro wall. It's like moving mountains. But once you start to get these practices in, all of a sudden, they just become easier and easier and easier and easier and easier and easier. Upward spiral, outward spiral, right? Hold on. Depending on which direction. So you've got that, right? Spiral. But what happens at the center of that vortex? That is the experience of a black hole. That vortex pulling. What happens on the other side? Expanding out into your very own universe. My experience of enlightenment, my journey of enlightenment is to go from a little tiny speck here in and to myself in this one place in the entire universe, and slowly but surely and exponentially expanding my awareness to outside of not just me, but now outside of me and about my surroundings and the people I know and the communities and the maybe even the planet itself, and bigger and bigger and biggering and biggering and biggering and biggering until I can actually perceive in my enlightenment, in my enlightened self of all things possible in reality, I can perceive the entire universe. And when I have become the entire universe, there's nothing left for me to do but become my own universe. So like simulation things, right? These kinds of fun micro macro games where we understand the malleability of our awareness, and how we are not just these meat bags stuck in this one little spot here, but in fact, we have the capacity to perceive everything that we are experiencing. And when we can perceive everything that we are experiencing, we then become inverted to become all of the things we are experiencing. Yes, sir.
I need your help getting the link. How do I do that? The link thing.
On the bottom of the screen, there will be a thing that says participants, and it will have a little arrow like this next to it.
Oh, I think.
Click on that arrow and you'll get an option to copy invite link here. Te amo todo el tiempo. Okay. Falling in, retrieving, going on an adventure from there. Yeah. Helen, inside myself never feels like home. It feels like a sketchy ass hood you drive through real fast. Oh, sweetheart. Here is something important. We are taught, again, how do you hide the truth? But you tell people that, see this? How do we hide the truth, right? Let's pretend that we're gonna hide the truth that's in here. This is all false. It's all fake. It's all made up. In fact, it's very dangerous. And if you open this book, if you go in here, if you explore these concepts and try these practices, you are definitely going to go to the bad place. Or God forbid, something even worse happens. Don't touch it. Don't look at it. Don't think about it. Nope. And if you talk about it to anybody else, they'll also tell you how terrible it is, right? We've been told this about our internal landscape. We've been told this about our emotions, about our impetus for hunger, for comfort, for rest, or for activity. We have been systematically conditioned to ignore our inner universe. You have a whole cosmos available in here, right? Some of us experience it as a neighborhood that seems shady to drive through. That is a direct symptom of being taught to ignore your own allies, your own neighborhood, your own family, internal family that exists within you to lead you to your enlightenment. When they're left unattended, they become pirates. They become chaotic. They remain immature, short-tempered, easily triggered, lost, confused, scared, mean, because these things are just out of alignment. Helen, I'm just going to sit for a moment if you'll receive, because my pirates, my crew have just had a lot of emotion come up, because when I first turned into my inner world, I found something similar. I found a ship full of pirates that were mean and nasty and ugly and not who I wanted to be friends with. I was like, this sucks. I'm terrible. I must be a bad something or other. And it's taken me a lot of time and patience. And I don't want to say that like, oh God, it's taken forever. But how do I want to really articulate that? The difference is so profound when you are willing to go into that neighborhood and admit that your neighborhood's worth trusting. I'm sorry I perceived you as a bunch of thugs. It kind of felt like you guys were being thugs. Yeah, well, we were just trying to get your attention. We were just trying to ask for help. Okay, well, instead of thugging around my fucking brain, instead of making it all sketchy in here, can we come to understand each other? Can we build trust? Can you maybe, you know what, maybe I'm willing to sit down. I'll show up in the neighborhood, park my car, grab my lawn chair out and sit here in the middle of the road, and every one of you can come over here and tell me what you think. And as someone wanting to make connections, I'm not going to take it as judgment. I'm not going to take it as blame. I'm going to take it as you expressing your experience. This is work called internal family systems. There's a whole structure around it. It's a psychology practice, internal family systems. I forget the name of the guy who made it popular. But I thought I made it up because as I was doing my experience of storytelling and talking within my inner selves, I realized I had all these facets of self. And this honestly was a gift from my mother. My mother asked me when I was arguing with myself, telling her I wanted to amputate ego. I just want to get rid of ego. Can I just get rid of it and be done with it? I just want to be done with these nasty parts of myself. Anger sucks. This one's rude. This stuff, whatever, right? She just said, if you create an enemy of yourself, You will fight that battle every day. And that will become the war that you wage within yourself your entire life long. Is that how you want to live? No, Mom. God. I was just talking about getting rid of ego. But the truth is we want to develop those relationships, trusting, supportive, strong, honest relationships with the aspects within ourselves. I hope, Helen, that if you're still in here, that I was able to deliver that in a way that didn't come across as judgmental or trying to shame you or anything like that, because it changed everything about the way that I saw myself when I just started to make those relationships. And the stories we tell ourselves about ourselves paint the way that we interact with the rest of the world. What I heard, what I felt was parts of you crying out, asking, yelling, maybe even, for your attention, for love, just to build trust with you, to be seen and heard. And shown how to live in alignment with each other. Amy, it's very impactful. Your mom is so right. She had a lot of really beautiful insights. The hard thing is, of course, to watch her struggle after she was able to share all of those insights, to still see her struggling with things that I feel like she had the insights for. Do you know what I mean? Where I was like, but you told me the thing and you're doing the thing. But it just shows how stuck we can get into that space, in our own narrative. Again, from a personal experience, I spent years gathering the information, processing the information, chewing it over and compartmentalizing it and filing it away in the right spots. And I thought that was all I needed to do. And so I operated from a place of ego. And I was really struggling with it for so many fucking years. I've done this kind of work. I used to call myself a full circle doula, because I would show up and do doula style work for any and all transitions of life. I was very hands-on, very involved, very doing coaching and very all the things kind of in tandem together. But I was doing it without the wisdom that came along with the practice. And I had to acknowledge that too. Right? And that was only maybe 4 years ago and I was doing the practices. Some, not all of them, not all the time, not with full attention, not with full intention. Right? But in the last about 4 or 5 years ago, where I lost all my spoons, ego sat down. Ego was like, we're done. You all the energy is gone. You're on your own. I had nothing left but to be with the practice, to be with the experience of all these tools that I'd gathered all my life. And that's what I wish for my mother. I wish for my mother to find the practices that release her from whatever suffering she's experiencing. And that goes for everybody. I hope everybody is able to find the practices that release you from the suffering you're experiencing. I am still exploring the patterns that are keeping me in states of suffering. And sometimes getting out of suffering means experiencing a healing crisis. For example, my life is reordering itself right now in a very chaotic, all over the place kind of way. And you can look at it as suffering, as difficulty, as, oh my God, this is totally chaotic and I must be screwing everything up. This must be all wrong and all bad, right? It's probably a bad sign that these things aren't going well for me. But in the reality, The reality is I am better aligning myself with my truth, with my path, with my purpose. And as I do that, the things that no longer serve that purpose fall away. Especially if I've held on to them really tightly in other areas of my life, then that's a lot of shit that has to clear out. And it can look like my castle is crumbling down around me. But it's creating space for me to build, repair, repurpose in ways that are truly aligned with what I need and want and what I'm here for. Oh, uprising. Usually, how long does it take to get out of suffering? Remember, first and foremost, that time is an illusion that we experience. Space itself is an illusion that we experience. It's a thing we experience through a particular way, through our particular perception. And in fact, we know through quantum mechanics now about how you can alter your experience of space and time. The difficulty of suffering is that suffering can cause time to slow or speed up, whichever is the opposite of what we want, right? We are stuck in suffering. Time seems to make our suffering worse. And joy, oh, that's a beautiful place. I want to be there all the time, right? I want to be high in love and light all the time. But the reality is that pain is something that we experience, just like we have an ebb and a flow of life, a rise and a fall, a tide that comes and goes of life, yeah? So it's not about staying here in some crazy high vibration. You'll wear your system out. There's also time for rest. If I am experiencing suffering, my pirates were just like, just see it from a different angle. Okay, so let me tell you something I figured out, started doing when I was very little, when I experienced exceptional suffering in my life, for whatever reason, to whatever degree, right? When there was something so intense, I could not get myself out of the pain of it. I would go and I would find somewhere in the room that I was in to stand that I had never stood before. So doing that tricks the brain into paying attention again, into looking at the here and now in the present moment. We talked about earlier how alignment and balance and presence is actually only available right here. Suffering is often suffering is often our attachment to what's coming or not coming, or what might come, or what happened or what didn't happen, or what could have happened. Suffering is our prolonged experience of pain when we attach ourselves to anything but the present moment. And yes, there can be suffering, pain experienced in the present moment. So what if there is pain experienced in the present moment? How do I prevent suffering? How do I get out of suffering? Then it's about my perception. The story I tell myself about that pain, which pulls me back into the past. The repercussions I believe are going to happen because of that, right? Hayden, y'all thinking way too deep about it. It's such a beautiful thing to explore these things together, right? One of my favorite things about teaching and talking about these things is that when we explore them, I'm a verbal processor. I am someone who enjoys and understands things better by talking with them and around them and chewing them up and spitting them back out and then putting them back together and then building them back up again. And so when we can take this verbally and turn it on all of its sides, then what was difficult to understand for one person suddenly becomes so much more understandable for somebody else, right? This is why storytelling has always been an important part, oral tradition of humans, because we process and understand ourselves and each other with such more depth and fullness when we speak about these things. It's the narrative of the confining culture, of the restrictive culture that says, oh my God, stop talking about it already, right? Stop using your creative force to explore this universe. And I personally have been told too many times to shut up. So I don't tolerate it anymore. But again, I appreciate you guys coming in and showing us where your misalignments are, right? Like, I'm still misaligned, you're still misaligned, we're all still in our alignments and not, right? Duchess, to know is to understand on a deeper level and share experiences to learn. This was the other piece too. I was talking about operating an ego before, and I still have ego. I'm not trying to say that I don't, right? But I was speaking about the information before, right? And I was only able to speak about it in a kind of linear way. Like, there was something I would say, this is the difference between knowing the information versus having the experience of that in a very real, in a more tangible experiential way. Because when I've experienced it, then I can turn it on all its sides and upside down and tell you that, okay, well, the backside looked like this and the top side looks like this and the taste was like this and the sound was like this, and there, right? So that's the benefit, the breadth of experience, the enlightenment we get from experiencing and sharing and exploring these things together. So thank you, friend. Time is a spherical spiral. Ooh, I like that. Ooh, Lind, I was told dopamine literally affects your perception of time as well. Yes. So, I don't want to forget what we were talking about there. There is an in and out in being. There is an ebb and flow. Nice to have met you, Duchess. Thank you, friend. So I want to talk about our experience of time for just a little bit here, and then I am going to go ahead and get off. If you want to explore, again, I'm going to say this one more time. If you want to explore cultural conditioning and the way that it affects your energy body and who you become and how you have perceptions about the world and what you think is available or not, or good or bad, and all this stuff, I talk about that in my book here called Energy for Sale, The Energetic Blueprint for Consumer Conditioning. It's available on TikTok. It's available on Amazon, link in bio. And we are also doing a raffle here. You can donate $5 to Cash App and you get 2 entries, or you can send the live goal gift here and you get what's it called? 1 entry. Did it say there's no live goal now? I don't know what they're doing, TikTok. Okay, so experience of space and time. Yes, dopamine does affect our experience of space and time. Let's talk about this in a couple different ways. I have a couple of examples that I really like. Ones you've probably already experienced, right? So let's say you're having a really good time with some friends or a partner or whoever, or on your own. You don't even have to be with other people, right? You're having a really good time. And before you know it, oh my gosh, 5 hours are just gone. I can't believe that it's already been 5 hours being on the beach here. I wasn't even doing anything but laying in the sun and enjoying the sound of the waves. Bummer. We're already done with our, play date and we can't hang out because you got shit to do and I got shit to do. We're already done. Because same reason, it's Christmas. It's your birthday. And the next day is going to be super exciting and super cool. What happens? But time suddenly slows way down because you're focusing on what? The future. And you're waiting abated for it to show up. A watched pot never boils. Hey, guess what? I'm here to tell you a watched pot does actually boil. But if you really want to experiment with your experience of time and space, I encourage you to do this with a pot of water. Boil a pot of water and sit there anticipating it boiling. See if you can make it boil. Like just focus on it boiling. Boil. See how long it takes. Then next time, focus on that water boiling, but try to prevent, no, I don't want it to boil. No. And really, really, really focus your attention on this. I don't mean just be like, oh, I don't want you to boil. I want you to boil, or I don't want you to boil, whatever. But the more intention and more focus you give this, the more intense it will be. And you can experience what changing your quality of time is like and how you have the power to change your quality of time, your experience of time. And then thirdly, right? So first, just wait abated for it to boil, begging, waiting for it to boil. Second, stop, don't boil at all. I'm so afraid it's going to boil. Oh gosh, it's going to be really terrible. Again, do this as an experiment and remind your system it's just an experiment. And then for the third one, just be present. Stay with your breath. Notice the water without the need to change it. Notice the sounds without the need to look for other sounds, right? Notice that, because when that first pop of the boil of the water starts to happen, it's going to be a very different experience than if you were waiting so hard for it to happen or so afraid of it happening. Lind, yo, that's a cool practice. My favorite thing about, honestly, my goal is to offer and create craft practices that you can do in real time, in real life. I am not here to sell you something super difficult, super complicated, super inaccessible, super expensive. I am here to literally give you back the tools as much as I can for you to do the work on your own, because anything else to me is just perpetuating a system that I don't believe in or agree with anymore. You have your personal power available and accessible within you. And I think the most insidious thing that capitalism and our culture and even religion have done is to turn you directly away from that, and tell you that it's bad or wrong or you're broken for not fitting into a system that literally quells everything about you, literally squashes everything about your essence unless it fits inside the box. So not today. Thank you, friend. So as I've said before, like, I try to give a lot of stuff away for free. Hey, G-Snap. I try to give a lot of stuff. I try to do a lot of the practices on these lives and share the tools. I do have a Patreon page if you want memberships, if you want direct coaching with me, if you want group coaching. We also have that as well. It's on hold in September while I get us moved. There are also tools in my shop if you want to dive a little deeper into mudras, mantras, asanas, food, nutrition, reflection questions, all that kind of stuff. If you have any questions, you can always reach out directly to me. I try to answer all messages that I receive. Champagne. Nope, I'm not going to practice some yoga in front of you. I have, once we get back and up and going, I will return to having a yoga class, which is available via membership. There's a lot of free yoga you can go find on YouTube. So feel free to go ahead and go grab those practices if you like. Remember that as a coach as well, if you take coaching, if you decide to enroll in coaching with me, what we will do is you will have access to everything I teach. So for example, if you want to do a weekly coaching subscription and every week we change it up, one week we talk about just general stuff and do coaching things. The other week we do, the second week we do a yoga flow, an hour yoga flow. The third week I help, we talk about nutrition and we do an energy healing practice. Right. The fourth week, you bring your partner in and we can do some couples coaching and things like that. So you have access to everything I have in my toolbox, which you can find on my Patreon page, all the certifications that I have in that regard. Thanks, G-Snap. Thank you, Glitterbee. Yes, true. Okay, so a great way to ask questions is to comment on one of my videos. That's the best way, because then I can also make you a video response back. What's my book behind me? It's called Energy for Sale, and I wrote it. It's called Energy for Sale, The Energetic Blueprint for Consumer Conditioning, and it talks all about how we get conditioned by a culture and how it is very intentional. Not every piece of our development is an intentional manipulation, but there is a really intense and heavy influx of manipulation, of intentional manipulation of our systems. And that book runs through the basic details of it and how to recognize the marketing when it's coming for you, and how to recognize when you've been triggered, and how to detox from it, and how to start reclaiming your personal energetic sovereignty. Again, I also offer PDFs on my Patreon page for other tools to help you reclaim that energetic sovereignty. But as always, I recommend starting with the most simplest of things, right? Our awe practice. I don't know what to call it yet. Our awe practice, our just 5 minutes in the morning, 5 big deep breaths. Thank you all for the gifts. That's an understatement. Well, the reality is, finally, I have a manual. Oh, right. What were you guys saying before? Somebody said, if only there was a manual for life. But now there is. I don't know if I'd call it the manual for life as a whole. Like, that would be cool to work on putting those together. What are these energy centers? So this is an example of what excess and deficiency look like in the energy body, or in the chakra, particularly in the third eye chakra, because we're working on the third eye chakra today. Do you, and the rest of this month as well? Are you saying that you need to go outside? Are you saying that you would like to go play ball? Do you know where your ball is? You don't? You need me to help you find it. Again? Oh, puppy. So the book is available on Amazon. The book is also available here on TikTok. It's also available via the raffle that we're doing today. You can send a donation to my Cash App for $5, and you can do that anytime during the week, and you can do that as many times as you want to put as many entries into the hat. You get 2 entries when you go through Cash App, or you can send a gift here through the live. I think it says not achieved now, so I don't know if it's gone. But it was the it's the 500 coin star map Polaris thing or whatever to enter the raffle. I do have a couple names already in the raffle today, and we are doing the drawing at the beginning of October. I love you too, Glittery. We'll do the drawing at the beginning of October. And I will announce the winner shortly thereafter. I will have my son, doing the picking out of the hat. So heading on a get out of my head walk. It took me a second. Great idea. Get out of your head walk. When you're on that walk, Glitterbee, use that awe practice. I invite you to pretend that you have just arrived in this body, in this reality, that you have just landed in your meat bag and in this particular moment, and everything around you has just a different quality to it, right? Like the whole universe just shifted. A minor, right? A minuscule of a tick, right? Did you guys feel that? Can you see that? You can almost see that. You can almost see it in the change in the colors and the shapes and the air and the smell and the feel and the sound This is one of the ways we retrain our brains to understand that there is more than just what I have assumed and created, crafted around me. And everything has a slight sheen. See, that's it. I always find that when I do the awe practice, when you really sit with the awe practice, you don't have to create that sheen. You don't have to convince yourself of being somebody not from here. What'll happen is it'll start to happen. All you do is just, yes, a glimmer instead of a trigger. So anytime you find yours triggered, meet it with the glimmer. Look around. What I do is I say freeze. I freeze. And I literally stop myself. I did this the other day. Again, my life is a little chaotic right now. We're going through a really big move, and my rights are being violated, which is a lot of fun. So I've been trying to manage that within myself, also being a fawner and struggling to set boundaries. So it's been a really big and chaotic experience for my internal reality. More and more and more, I have been doing exactly that. I have been catching myself pacing, running for a cigarette, right? Or eating really late, or doing just these things, or suddenly wanting to scream at somebody unnecessarily, right? Doing these things where I'm like, I know I'm not in alignment right now. As soon as I feel that tension, as soon as I feel that pressure, freeze, like we did as kids. I feel the air on my skin. I notice that I'm slightly slouched over, so I'm going to realign here. Notice the quality of my breath. And suddenly the sounds in the room are becoming louder. Give them my awareness. And then I notice the slightly quieter sounds further away. Releasing the tension in my arms. Letting out a sigh. Returning to the present moment and noticing that red is red. And look at that gorgeous shade of purple. Huh. The green just jumped out at me. So bright. I never noticed the way that the floor meets the wall with such a fine line there. And suddenly I see the little specks of dirt on the floor as well. Without guilt, without shame, without a story. Just, wow. And it's only after this practice that then I allow myself to take a step forward. Faith, I don't like to. I currently do. I currently do in the evenings. I have myself a bedtime communing with smoke. But it's not a long-term and supportive thing that I want to perpetually be doing. So more and more, before I go to do that, I sit in that place of awe and I ask myself, tonight, today, go forward or no? And what's interesting, the other night, I did exactly that. And I heard so loud and clear, and I even let it come through my body, right? One part of me said, you don't need to have another one. Like, you don't need to, I roll on myself. You don't need to roll. You don't need to roll again. Let's just go in and go to bed. It's already like 11:45, right? We were sitting outside for a while. I had the parent me who was like, it's time for bed. What are you going to do? Sit out here and scroll on your phone some more while you do that? Come on. Let's just go ahead and go inside. And I heard the part of me that was like, And then instead of listening to the and being like, all right, fine, let's go ahead, I went, no, tonight we are just going to go to bed. I felt myself having to be slightly firmer. And in my slightly firmer response with myself, I got up and started walking into the house. And when I did that, my body went, I got up and was like, me. I stopped and laughed. It was like, oh my gosh. The part of me that wanted so bad to just do that again for whatever it satisfies was so, I don't know, so much. It was so much of that energy. It felt very, childish. It felt very, very much tantruming, like it was stomping around. And no, I don't have to listen to you. I see that teenager. I know that teenager. And I know that part of why she's doing those things is because of too much pressure, too much of control. So now that there's nobody pressuring or controlling her, she can just do whatever the fuck she wants. Well, there's balance in there. So yeah, I encourage, as you're going through these practices, to let those things come up, especially if you can express them safely. Like, for example, that my body going, and like me making a face about myself and doing that, do it. Let it out, let it off gas, and allow yourself to laugh, allow yourself to be present with it. And whoa, right? Or the part of you that might go, no, screw you. I'm allowed to do whatever I want to do, right? Like, whoa, are you okay, bud? Hey, do you need a hug? No, I don't need a hug. I just want to smoke. Yes, I understand. But I don't know if it's going to help all of that that's going on. And this is one of those, I think, really important pieces for me on my journey of learning to allow things to heal rather than forcing them to heal. one of the biggest ways I got out of being a heavy smoker and a heavy drinker during the hardest times of my trauma of healing and things like that was actually by simply congratulating myself at the end of the day for not having more, for not doing worse. And it felt really silly at first. And at first I was like, yeah, good job. You only had a 6-pack. Good job. You only smoked a whole pack. Good job. And then one night, one of those pats actually shook something loose, metaphorically. And I cried. And I was like, what do you mean? What? I finally actually felt the message I was trying to convey to myself was it's okay to not be perfect. It's okay to be struggling. It's okay to use crutches and focus on love. Focus on it calling in the things that give you what you actually need. Grace. Just grace. You have been you your entire life long, and you've been stuck with you your entire life long. You deserve some grace. You deserve some grace. Because the you that you experience is not just crafted by you, but is a reaction, is a response to your environment and the people in it and the beliefs of the culture and the practices, right? All of those things. Little bits of ingredients added to your soup. But now that you're here, holding the bag, it's time to start going through what's in it and saying, you know what? I don't think I like this bitter shit in my soup. Whatever this bitter thing is, this bitter voice in there, I think we could do something else with it. I do like that really silly, interesting flavor in there that just feels exciting. Let's do a little more of that and experiment. Experiment with your recipe. You're the chef now, right? You're the cook. You are your own guru, because only you can actually access those relationships that you have with yourself. Only you can rebuild trust with you in a way that's actually going to echo out in the world. Again, we're sold a lie. We're sold a misdirection that says, go find love outside of yourself. That's where it exists. And that's the only place you're going to find it. In God, in a partner, in some authority figure, right? Actually, everything you experience outside of yourself is seeded within. So go water your gardens, till the soil. You don't even have to be grateful all the time. You don't even have to be loving all the time. But start showing up. Just start showing up. You deserve that. And hey, if you're stuck with you might as well make a better relationship, right? If you're stuck with you, might as well repair the relationship, and so that it actually, rather than living in a battlefield, right? In internal chaos. All right, my friends, I love you so much. We went over the 2:00 mark that I gave myself as usual. I am live every Saturday for now until at 10 a.m., starting at 10 a.m. Pacific time. I do have memberships available for coaching, for group coaching, for private coaching, and I have a bunch of different levels of coaching as well to make it accessible to anybody and everybody. I do also have a coaching by donation option. You can reach out to me for that. That's donation based, 15 minutes sessions for whatever you need to work through or vent or what have you. And again, that's by donation. And usually that's done through Cash App. So you just have to message me or let me know. And yeah. So I also have memberships on my Patreon page if you want my replays for my last 2 years of classes, as well as the ones that are open and available for this year. Remember that replays are on YouTube. I move the change on YouTube, and all of the replays for this year are open and available there. And that was in lieu of me creating a whole bunch more content this year, which we'll see how we craft things next year. Next year, I am going to focus on doing a monthly Q&A and practice session related directly to the book. The only kicker is that you have to have a physical copy of the book to get into. I don't have it on Audible yet. You have to get a physical copy of the book to get into that monthly Zoom meeting, because there is a dynamic QR code back here. Once I'm ready to start doing those sessions, this will lead you to a Zoom. It'll give you a Zoom link to join our monthly sessions. Where we will do Q&A about the book, as well as do practices that will add on to. Under the same name on YouTube, yes, I am Move with Change. Move with Change on YouTube. I Move with Change on TikTok. I Move with Change on Patreon. I Move with Change on Buy Me a Coffee. I Move with Change on LinkedIn, probably, maybe. I don't know. I Move with Change in a bunch of places. I think I also have a presence on Instagram. I'm never over on Meta. And I don't know what's happening with TikTok. So definitely follow me on my Patreon page, because no matter what social media does, Patreon should be there, and you can follow me for free on Patreon and on all the other channels. But everything you give me, I often return free, right? So if you do subscribe to a membership on Patreon, there's actually gifts that get sent out after like the first 3 months, and then 5 months, and then 6 or something like that, 4, 5, 6 months. I have little gifts that go out to you, like a mug and a sticker and a sweater and fun stuff like that. Mama Yeti, if you want a voice artist, I'd be happy to serve. Nice. I'm refraining from doing anything else right now with it. I know some people are asking for the audiobook, but I'm just focusing on the audiobook getting going. It is going. Yeah, so we will see, and I will definitely reach out to you about that. Thank you guys for the follows. Go grab a copy of the book so that you can join us next year on the Zoom calls. Move with Changes here and there and everywhere. I've been everywhere, man. I've been everywhere. She's nowhere and everywhere at the same time. Yeah, if you have any questions, comment on my content so that I can answer you via video. I don't know. I think that's it, right? The book is available here on TikTok if you want to purchase it off TikTok as well. I will keep an eye on those sales. I am new on TikTok Shop, so I'm trying to figure out how that works. Thank you so much, Angie. Remember, you can also join me in the Discord. We have a Discord space as well. And I admit it's not very active right now, just like I'm not very active right now because I'm doing all this active stuff. I keep gesturing to my calendar up there. Sorry. I'm doing all of this moving. We're moving and relocating, and it's been quite the fiasco, but that's okay. I'm resilient. I'm learning to dance and ebb and flow with the universe, even if they're big fucking waves. I'm become an expert surfer. All right, friends. I love you so much. Have a wonderful rest of your Saturday. Mwah. Thank you so much, YouTube, for staying connected and keeping a hold of all of my replays. And I love you so much, Blindly Evolving, and whatever other 3 people are lurking behind without commenting. I love you. And maybe Large might be there too, huh? I love you guys. And